It is time for long overdue State of Search 2022 conference here in Richardson, Texas. Thank you all so much for coming. I just have a few quick little announcements, and then I'm going to bring Karen Gardner up from Base Search Marketing. She's one of our sponsors, and she's got just a few things to tell you about what they are and what they can do for you. And then we start with our keynote speaker, and I'm so excited for you to hear her. It gives me chills just even talking about it because I know you're going to learn so much from her. But the first thing I want to do is make sure that you all put your phones on silent. Yes, I know it's a hassle, but please be respectful of all the speakers today. We have a ton of things happening in your bags. You got some cute little goodies and a tablet to write on, a pen, and we're so excited you got a book for each and every one of you from one of our speakers. The best thing about that is you can, when he comes to speak tomorrow, you can have him autograph it. So he is looking forward to talking to you about his book and autographing that book for you all. Let's see. I want to thank Rise Local. This is an important message to all of you. All of you got a parking ticket when you came in, right? Raise your hand. Yes? Okay. So that table by the door has a jar on it. If you'll get that ticket and put it in that jar, they're paying for your parking today and tomorrow. So let's give Rise Local a round of applause. You have to make sure that you get that in the bucket. It doesn't matter what ticket. You're going to get a different ticket back. It doesn't matter. It doesn't register with your car or anything like that, so you don't have to worry about it. But the hotel will take those tickets, stamp them, do whatever they do, and they'll bring them back. So when you leave, you want to make sure that you go back to that table again and get a ticket so you can get out. Otherwise, you might be stuck, which might not make you happy. I want to welcome all the virtual people, and we're great that we have a lot of virtual. We're doing this live, so we're going to cross our fingers that everything works, but we all know technology, right? So here's another important thing, live tweeting. Tweet, tweet, tweet. We have a big contest going on for tweeting, and that is as much as you tweet, as many times as you tweet, your name gets thrown in the hat, and the winner wins a free ticket to State of Search 2023. So the hashtag is State of Search 2022. Do it all day long, several times, State of Search 2022, and make sure that you tweet out there if you want a free ticket to next year. I really, really do want to thank all of our sponsors for being here, because without our sponsors, truly, we wouldn't make this happen. I mean, this is a lot of work. I'm really finding that out this morning. There's always challenges in everything we do, but I want to thank SEM Rush, SEO Moz, Base SEO Marketing, Shane Arts, Imaginuity, Idea Grove, Pushfire, The Transparency Company, and PCG Digital. That's a tongue twister for me. Now, we also have an after party, which is going to be right outside this ballroom, and we're very excited because Moz is sponsoring that, so you want to make sure that you come by and join food and drink. And then after that, we have an award-winning journalist coming to this room to teach podcasting. And if you want to, please come. You'll learn a lot from him. He's got, what does he have now, 10 studios? He's got 10 studios around the Dallas-Fort Worth area where you could actually go in and they do all the work for you, and you just show up, which is what I do. Fanny probably does the same thing. So not that you have to do that, but he's going to teach you some basic things about podcasting if you've ever wondered, and how to do it right, and what's the good resources to go from. So we hope you have a wonderful day today, and I know it's going to be lots of knowledge that's going to be out there floating around. And what I'd love for you all to do is, at lunchtime, sit with somebody new, somebody you've never met before. Don't always go to the familiar. The best thing about the conference is, what is your intention for being here? So write down your intention to learn, to meet, to network. What is your intention for the conference? And this is what I always say to anybody that I talk to. I have a clubhouse room that I do every Thursday morning. I tell people every week, take one thing that you learned today, or tomorrow, this next 2 days, take that one thing, not everything, just one, and implement it within the next 24 to 48 hours. When you do that, make a list of them, right? And take number one only. Don't do 5 at a time because you're going to overwhelm yourself. If you take that one and you continually do that, your business will double very quickly. But I think we all get overwhelmed at conferences and don't know, we get so many light bulb moments. Just focus on one item and run with it. So that being said, I'd like to bring Karen up from Base SEO Marketing, or Search Marketing. I'm sorry, I said SEO, didn't I?
Awesome. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm so excited to be here and represent Base Search Marketing and to be a proud sponsor of State of Search. So Base is a link building and content agency. We know that building links and writing content in-house and that performs and is white hat most of all, it kind of sucks, right? It's tedious, it takes time. So we decided to specialize in those two things. So we're not necessarily an SEO agency, we're a link building and content agency. We work and partner with a lot of other agencies. They outsource their link building and content to us. We also work with a lot of other in-house teams and companies and brands. Now you may be thinking, why Base? Well, number one, we're a white hat link building and content agency, which is super important, right? Got to make sure you don't get flagged or anything like that from Google. We also have no contracts. We won't tie you down with any sort of like retainer fee. We don't have any sort of minimums. Everything we do is a la carte. So you can get what you need, what you want, a la carte. It's super nice. And last of all, we love working with you guys. So it'll be a great experience. And so yeah, go ahead and visit our booth. We're located right there in the back. And then we're actually giving everyone here today a 25% discount on your first order. So it's super cool. And we also have a typing contest. So anyone here can enter to win either a cool Cotopaxi fanny pack or an MTV cooler. We very much run with the whole 80s brand and love it. So thanks so much, you guys.
All right. I can't tell you how excited I am to have this keynote speaker. You guys are you're going to be amazed. I hope you're amazed. I'm amazed every time I hear her speak. Her name is Fanny Dunnigan. She's the co-founder and content strategist of Pathlinks, and she's helping marketing teams and business owners build their authority, network, and community on LinkedIn. And if you haven't connected with her on LinkedIn, I'd do it ASAP because the stuff she puts out is astonishing. It's phenomenal. And I'm so excited to introduce you to Fanny Dunnigan.
Good morning. How's everyone today? Awesome. Before I begin, can I just get a feel of the room and see where we're all at? And feel free to kind of look around the room yourselves as I kind of go through these questions. And maybe there'll be some collaborators, partners, potential clients, connections that you might want to build here. Real quick, how many of you are with an agency? Oh, wow. Okay, majority of the room. How many of you are business owners? Nice. Okay. How many of you create a lot of written content? About half, yeah. How many of you create a lot of video content? Oh, only about 25%. So lots of possibilities here. Awesome. How many of you live stream? Just a handful. Okay. How many of you have thought of live streaming but haven't done it yet? Another little handful. Yeah. And how many of you are like never ever will I live stream, forget about it. Well, you might be thinking it and not raising your hand, right? Awesome. Well, today's presentation is all around live streaming. And even if you're never to live stream, I suggest you kind of like gather some of the content in there that you can reuse and repurpose and use to help build your clients. I'm going to talk a lot about building authority, because at the end of the day, it's all about building up your authority, your client's authority, having that be viewed as the thought leader and trusted advisors of their industry. Is the presentation good? Are we able to pull it up? Coming. Okay. Well, while he's doing that, then maybe I'll do a little exercise I always do at the beginning of my presentations. And since we're kicking off the presentation, kicking off the day, would you like to do something different and kind of unusual while we're getting all that set up? Just to kind of set the tone for the whole day. How many people are ready to do that? Yes. Okay. So let's do this. You're all sitting at your chairs. Let's take a moment to just kind of like notice ourselves in the room. And if I could have your permission to close your eyes. Get settled into your chair. Take a deep breath in and blow it out. Another deep breath in. Blow it out. Another deep breath in. And I'd like for you to put your hand on your heart. And think about why you're here. Why are you here? Why are you willing to spend 2 whole days out of your busy schedules? What do you hope to learn? What do you hope to gain? What connections do you want to make? What people you'd like to meet? Are you open? Are you open to learning? Are you open to meeting new people? I encourage you to open yourself up to being more than you've been, to remember your greatness, and to remember why you're here, and to open yourself up to possibilities that will happen here and in the next few days. Now notice the room again. Notice yourself in the room. And open your eyes. Are we ready? Are we set? And there it is. My goal today is to help you to transform your business through live streaming. And I'd like to start off with a quick story. It's actually a story of procrastination and resistance to change. So I've been creating lots of content for numerous years on LinkedIn, doing lots of videos and written form and all kinds of stuff. And in 2019, LinkedIn created LinkedIn Live. It opened up the opportunities for people to apply and to do beta testing of LinkedIn Live. And that was at the beginning of 2019. And I heard about it, and I was like, well, I'm already creating videos. Why would I want to live stream? Why would I want to open myself up to making mistakes live, like where I couldn't edit out all my mistakes or edit out all my ums or whatever it is? And why would I want to put myself up for like technical glitches and random things that will happen, right? Oh, well, there you go. Welcome to live.
tactical strategy too. That is.
So,
here, don't forget
did
the
I
phone.
fix it? Uh-huh.
Most people would be like, "Ooh, I didn't see the stairs there."
Uh-huh.
You just forget it and you just go because nobody
Yeah.
cares. Right?
Yes.
You still get to
And
do
I
it.
just grounded the whole audience.
I know.
too.
I know.
Damn it. Oh my gosh. And I just like grounded everybody too, right? You're grounded now. We did. And so this is a lesson in adapting to whatever life throws at you, especially with live streaming, where you just got to roll with it, because there's always technical glitches. But yeah, I wanted to just share with you my story real quick about how I got onto LinkedIn Live. Like I said, I was procrastinating. I didn't want to go live. Why should I? I can always edit out mistakes, whereas with live, you just see everything, right? You see all the quirks and all the glitches, and so I resisted it. And so all throughout 2019, they were for beta testers, they were looking for people to apply, and I refused to. And I started to actually feel like a hypocrite, because telling people to get on video and put yourself out there. And even though I was doing that, I wasn't doing that with live streaming. Until finally, one of my connections on LinkedIn said, you gotta do it, just apply, just apply. And so reluctantly, on December 2019, I applied, and I was actually secretly hoping I didn't get approved also. I was that resistant. I was that kind of like nervous to do things live. And March, the first week of March 2020, I saw this little notification that said, approved, LinkedIn Live. And I was cautiously happy, because I was like, oh great, I'm approved, I can do it now. And then, oh crap, I have to go live now. And if you know what happened in March 2020, the whole world shut down, right? And all eyes turned to their phones and digital. And I thought, oh, it's a sign from the universe. It's time. And so one afternoon, I had like a black t-shirt on. I wasn't even really like done up. I just quickly put on lipstick, sat down at my computer, hit the go live button, and the first two sentences out of my mouth were, can anyone see me? Can anyone hear me? And from there, I just started to have a conversation with the audience. And it's been 3 years now, and the things that I've discovered along the way from live streaming, the guests that I have met, the industry leaders, the opportunities, the leads that have been generated, the content that have been generated, it's really transformed my business. And I want to share with you all the possibilities that are available when you live stream. First of all, what is it? right? I scoured around looking for a really great succinct definition. And I really like this one, a social media feature that invites brands and users to share unedited, raw footage in real time. The three key words that I think of when I see that is unedited, raw, and real. In this world of changing thoughts, of quiet quitting, of authenticity, people want real now. They actually don't want perfection. In fact, I think a lot of people distrust perfection or the perfectly edited formats and things like that out there. People want to see the real you. People want to see the real behind the scenes of a company or an agency. By 2023, it's forecasted that there will be 163 million live video viewers in the US. The US population is about 350 million, so that's almost half of the US population that will be watching live video. Average watch time, 18 minutes on demand, but 24 minutes live video. 27% more watch time of live video. And this statistic really kind of surprised me, but it also really affirms the importance of live video and live streams. Craving greater authenticity for brands, 80% of customers now say they prefer or want to watch a live video than to read a company's blog. Do you feel that way sometimes for yourself? If you're trying to check out a company, you're kind of looking for the videos and seeing who's the founders or who are the key people there versus reading a static page. Not that that's not important, but it's such a great complement to it. So why? Why live stream? Got to start with why. Live streaming, remember when you looked around the room, the people that were willing to live stream, this is just a handful. But when you do it, you end up standing out. You'll grow your business at a much more accelerated rate and reach a wider audience that you may never meet in your own immediate circles. Because it's digital, you end up meeting people from other cities and states and even countries. People are tuning in 12 hours difference in time zones. So why? And whether you're live streaming or other forms of content, I always think of these as the three pillars of content. Okay? Three pillars of why we help our clients build their brands and build their content and build live streams is to build authority, network, and relationships. Authority, network, and relationships. And I'm going to go deep into each of those. But before I get into the tactics and the hows and things like that, what's holding you back? Those that never ever want to live stream or are thinking about it but haven't done it, what's holding you back? Just shout it out. What do you mean by that? Okay, demographics. Are you going to get the right audience to watch you? What else? What holds you back? Absolutely. Technical glitches, yes, yes. Right. Yes. Yep. Absolutely. Yeah. Nothing's more frightening, actually, at least to me, than live streaming. Maybe speaking in front of a crowd. But again, over time, right, you'll end up getting used to it. So all these things hold us back. But I want to tell you a little story that I had with one of my clients. I used to record videos with him, and this is a leader and partner of a technology consulting firm, super successful. They make $300 million in a year, and he's used to presenting to Fortune 500 companies, presenting in front of a whole group of senior leadership and closing millions of dollars in deals. But when I sat down with him to record a video, he stumbled, right? Having to stare at that lens and talk. He got into his own head. He stumbled over his words. Eventually, we had to write out a script for him, and he would hold that script in front of him, look down, not move his head too much so it wouldn't change the frame, look down, look at his one sentence, look back up, say the sentence to the camera, look back down again, say the sentence. And we did this for the whole video, and then we just edited and stitched it together. So here is this super successful, well-spoken man that could present and close huge deals, not being able to speak on camera. However, I invited him on one of my live streams, and just like when he presents, he was able to carry on a conversation, carry on and share his expertise, and become super articulate because it was live. Because when you have live, you just got to push through. So there is no pause or stop on the live stream. But you push forward, and it sets you free from being perfect. How many people have clients like that? Right? That like really get nervous and antsy to do a recording. But when you shift to live stream, it almost kind of like they realize they have to turn on, and they're already great at presenting, so they can kind of push through and get it all out in one go. And what happens is, when you live stream, it ends up attracting people to you instead of you having to go out and do cold speech. Instead of going out, they're coming to you. But if we don't take action, we'll never achieve our goals, right? Just like Chris said earlier, if you're not going to take action, then it's a moot point. So if you're not going to take that one action, then you're stuck. So I'm going to give you some tactics and things that we can do to get moving on that. So one of the very first challenges that people always say is people just don't know you or your agency or your business as the expert and authority in your business or in your industry and field. You might be known within your circles or referrals, but they just don't know you're the expert. So how do you change that? You change that by building your authority. Authority improves lead generation, sales conversions, and referrals. By the way, this is an amazing book, Rusty Shelton, called Authority Marketing. And as a result of live streaming, I was able to invite him on my live show in a few weeks. And that's another thing, right? If you want to start to gather a community of thought leaders and industry leaders to your business, to your agency, it's always fun and amazing when you say, hey, will you be on my live show? Versus, hey, can I pitch you this about my business? It's a huge difference. So how do you go about doing that? Okay. Write this part down. Number one, when you live stream and you want to build your authority, define your audience. Right? You mentioned a little bit about your demographics. What is their age group, their gender, their communication preferences? Right? Are they more technical people? Do they prefer facts and figures? Are they more story-oriented people? Do they prefer stories and things that make them feel something? Right? Really ask yourself, who is my ideal client and ideal customer? Right? And jot all those things down and define your target audience. Next, define your specialty. Right? The riches are in the niches. What are you going to talk about on your live stream? Just broad topics? While that's great, but think about ways to kind of niche down even further. I'm on LinkedIn and I can easily give LinkedIn tips, but instead I prefer to talk about content when it comes to content marketing and content to post on LinkedIn. Right? Niche down, think about where your specialty is. Right? Base search marketing, I'm staring at their sign right there, right? Link building and content. That's a great niche. And then define your format. The various types of format. Do you want to be a single host and you're the one to do all the content and talk about everything yourself and sharing your expertise? Or do you want to do it as you interviewing guests, right? One-on-one with guests. Or do you want to do one with a panel? Right? You'd have yourself or someone in your agency or your business hosting and a panel of experts. Or do you want to do a virtual event, right? We're live streaming right now. Right? Define your format. From there, what? What do you want to talk about? Right? Here's all the different types of content you can pump out. Number one, how-tos and educational content. Tips, advice, strategy. Step one, step two, step three, you could do a whole webinar live. And then from there, you can also have Q&A. You can invite influencers in your field. And from there, their audiences can start to see your content and your expertise. And somebody asked about do we need fancy equipment and do we need fancy setup? I'm going to show you both options. As you can see, these live streams were just at my house, in my office. You can easily do that. Because what you're going to see later on is it's all about the community that you build. They will come to you if you provide that value and that relationship building. Even if you're doing it out of your home, even if it's a very simple setup, it's all about the relationships that you build. You could have elaborate sets, right? Chris mentioned Jeff Crilly, who will be in tonight to teach podcasting, right? You could have you can go to a studio where you don't have to handle any of the logistics, right? And have Q&As with existing and potential clients. This is when you live stream, it's a great opportunity to invite people that you want as potential clients and to interview them, have them share their expertise. And as a result, you get them in the door to your business, to your agency. And from there, you're going to open up a whole conversation with them. And they're also going to see what it's like to interact with you. So it's a great lead generator and relationship builder with existing and potential clients. Subject matter experts. Let's say you want to learn something, right? I just met Hank today. And he told me his expertise is email marketing. My head was already spinning. Oh, maybe I should have him on my show. I really need to learn email marketing myself. That's a great opportunity to invite an expert in an area where you don't know enough about that, and then have them basically have a one-on-one session with you. And not only does your community benefit, but you also benefit and learn as well. So you can totally turn it around like that. If you have products, if you have things that you can demonstrate, have a show where you show products and demo it and feature it, right? Live selling is a huge right now. Grace Duffy, everyone shout out to her. She introduced me to another connection and another one, and as a result I found out about the whole world of live selling, right? That's huge on Amazon right now. Right? Literally, you feature a product and then they can order the product right there off of Amazon. Product or service reviews. Right? I once heard, you don't always have to be the chef. You could be the food critic. Right? So you don't have to be the key expert. You can be the one that reviews products and services as well. I love books, so I actually have a lot of authors that end up being on the show, and it's a great way, again, to learn, feature them because they want to promote their book, and then they also have audiences that will end up following you, and it becomes this great win-win situation. And then, right, how many people run out of content sometimes to post? When you live stream, especially if you do it for 30 minutes, 60 minutes, and it goes quick, especially when you're interviewing somebody, you're going to have so much content to chop up and repurpose. Right? Feel free to take a photo of this image, right? Because when you live stream, you're going to end up being able to cut out short form videos, and then from there the content can become carousels, can become a podcast. You could pull out quotes from your guests or yourself and make quote cards. Text-only posts are super popular on LinkedIn as well. And then from there, the transcript of what you produced and came out through your live stream becomes blogs, articles, and newsletters. So from one 30 or 60-minute live stream, you can end up with like 30 pieces of content that you can repurpose across all your different platforms. And this here, if nothing else, right, even if you don't think you wanted live stream, this here will save you so much time because you just do it, organize it once, go live, and then suddenly you have all this content that you can repurpose. And then you can also, if you don't want to be the interviewer, you can be a guest on people's live shows. And from there, ask them for the recording. I was on this other podcast live show, and I ended up getting 10 micro videos out of it. And I used that to pump it out onto my streams and posts. And over time, the more they become a thought leader and trusted advisor of their industry. You're building their authority. Challenge number 2. This is another thing that holds people back. Not enough people know you to drive continuous leads. Right? How many of you have that challenge? Right? You have a few referrals, it's going great, but it's not continuous. But if you're doing a show every week, every 2 weeks, even if you're doing it every month, you're still going to end up with all that content that I described, and you're still going to be able to pump out a lot of things to set you up as the authority and drive people to you. So with that challenge, it's about building a bigger network. So how is that possible with live stream? Quick reminder here, how many people have heard this quote? Your net worth is equivalent to your network. And the bigger your network is, the more people know about you. Even if they never buy from you, they may refer you, they may like your content and engage with your content, and then their network sees your content. So it's all about increasing your connections and followers, and that's really effective with live stream. So think about this. Think of live streaming as this like accelerated networking. Right? When you go live, you have your network that starts to listen and pay attention to you. But then if you have guests, right, then they're going to invite their network to your show. Right? And then from there, if you have a co-host, I have a community manager that helps me with a huge network herself. They will help you promote as well, right? And then finally, your audience. You can ask your audience to tag people, to invite people to your show. And so suddenly, it's like networking on steroids, and you end up with this massive network potential that could tune into your content and to your show. So tactics, right? Once you're live, once you're going out there, always ask people to follow and connect with you, right, during the show. In addition, ask your audience to engage with each other, right? Because we're going to build community. You're going to build loyalty. And so not only are they going to get connections with you, encourage them to connect with each other, encourage them to find collaborators, potential clients, meet people in the comments of the feed and the live stream. Okay. Obviously, ask your guests to invite their network and emails. Right? This is something I need to grow. Hank, in the midst of your show, ask people to sign up for your newsletters. Okay? They're already watching, they're already involved with you, they're already engaging with you, they're already sitting there listening. Ask for their emails while they're there. And then promote, promote, promote. Challenge number 3. Let's say you have a show, and let's say you have people tuning in. How do you even get people to stay an hour when time is so interviewing people, they're going to see you live. You can coach live. You can present live. You can interview live. And so your audience starts to get a glimpse of what it's like to work with you. And so by the time they call you or message you, there's such a warm lead. It also tells me what are the topics that people are interested in. Right? And you're going to get topic ideas and all kinds of other content ideas to build your business and to build your agencies. Comments have huge, huge power in connecting and networking abilities. And at the end of the day, the more they watch you, the more they're likely to refer you, advocate for you, and bring you business also. So relationship tactics. Right? When you're live streaming, always acknowledge your clients. Always acknowledge your audience. Hey, Susan, thanks for tuning in. Oh, I see we have Joe from Montana tuning in. Oh my gosh, we have somebody from Jamaica tuning in. Thank you for spending this time with me. Okay? Acknowledge your audience, that builds relationship. And then what I do is, after every live show, I go back and I reply to all comments. And that might seem tedious to some, and that might seem redundant to some, but that sure beats having to go out and network all the time. I can do that sitting on my couch. Right? And you're building relationships through comments. Rewards and games. I give out tripods and mics to the best question or the best commenter in the live stream. And you can absolutely win clients through comments. Offer value, that's obvious. And then remember little facts about your audience. Okay? If you know somebody's an expert in something, hey, make sure you connect to Chris. She organizes State of Search every year. Be sure to connect with her and stay tuned and stay up. Pay you in attention, they pay you in money. So still so important to nurture. slides. Or you could just put the 5 things on one slide. Put that up, talk to it, leave the last 15 minutes as Q&A. And suddenly you have a 30-minute show every week. And you just different topics every week or every other week. And there you go. You have a good enough high-resolution webcam, and then even you can start out just with like your laptop's audio, or just get like a $100 microphone in your set. Right? Yeah. Yes, sir. For me, my audience is LinkedIn, but Facebook also works. YouTube. Where's your audience right now? Okay. Well, if they're B2B, then definitely LinkedIn. B2C, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube. But the really great thing about these platforms like StreamYard, Restream, even something called Riverside, if you want like super, super high quality resolution, riverside.fm is also another great platform. You just go live once and it streams to all your platforms. So you press go live and it'll link to LinkedIn, it'll link to Facebook, it'll link to YouTube, it'll link to Twitter even. Yes. 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 That's another thing. You can see, especially Restream, you can see the comments from every single platform on the screen itself. Oh, we have a comment from YouTube. Thank you for tuning in, and let me answer that question from so-and-so on YouTube. Oh, we have a comment from Facebook. And again, you're creating that excitement also. So if you're not sure which platform they're going to come in from, you just pump it out to all of them and see what happens. Yeah. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yeah. Right. Yes. Sure. Sure. So, number 1, those 6, you start with nurturing those 6, right? So they come back. Right? So whatever comments they put into your feed, reply to them, engage with them, nurture that. Right? From there, promote earlier. Right? The earlier you promote, the more you can invite people. On LinkedIn, when you create an event and a live stream event, you can actually invite up to 1,000 of your connections to attend. LinkedIn will send the invitations out to up to 1,000 people per week. So if you promote, you can promote up to 7 days before, and so you can invite 1,000 people the first week, and then another 1,000 people the next week. And so you're inviting people to attend. You can also incorporate it into your emails. Hey, I have this, if you have a consistent newsletter, you can tell them you have a show coming up. Right? And again, from there, if you have guests or industry leaders, I create little promo images for my guests, and I tell them to post that and provide a link so then they can invite their guests and their network to come to the show. And so over time, you're like just increasing connections, building relationships. But that comment, like acknowledging your audience, commenting, replying to the comments. Does that help?
All right, one last question, and then we got to move on. Answer one last question.
Oh, forever. By the way, yes, thank you for that question, because on every platform, the replay is immediately available after the live. And in addition, you can download the recording of your live stream from StreamYard or Restream or Riverside, whatever the platform. That's where you can do all the repurposing. And so, yes, it's forever. Okay. Well, thank you, everybody. Thanks for your time.
Woohoo! Hey, hang on. Go back up. So, what'd you think? Was it a great way to start your day? Did you learn a lot, I hope? Awesome. Really? Really?
They're all scared.
There's more coffee out there if you need it. Anyways, we're going to break up, but I just want to say thank you, and thank you for being here. We want to present you with this little gift to, we sure appreciate you being here. So, anyways, break time. You got about 5-10 minutes, and all the breakout sections are down by the next bathrooms, almost where you're walking up to the lobby. So you'll see them on the right-hand side. So take a break, bathroom break, get some more coffee. You're moving too slow.
2. Right there, you hear buzz. Okay, cause see, now we're boosting it. So you could get us more. Still not hear nothing. 1, 2. You hear that though, right? Cause I see that. Oh, let's turn your headphones up. Let's turn your headphones up. Do you hear me at all? One, 2. Yeah, I hear it. 1, 2. Check, check. But we still need more. Juan. Jose, can you send me more? 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. 2. Check, check. 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check. 1, 2. Check.
Mic check, testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, mic check. You want to turn up box 1? Yeah. Yeah, give me some more because I could barely hear myself. Un poquito más. Mic check, testing 1, 2. Testing 1, 2, mic check. Mic check. That sounds better. It sounds better, but I can still hear a slight buzz in the background. Yeah, we could start it. Really? I could hear it on the live stream.
You hear me? You hear yourself?
Yeah. You see the... Really? But it's alright. Ahorita we're gonna bring another Scarlet. It's stayed about the same. You can hear it a lot on his phone though. You hear me, Josh? Mic check, testing 1, 2. Do you hear me? Nothing? Really? That's weird. Sound? Because that one's delayed. You hear me in like 5 minutes. Really? So how are we getting sound then? Jose broke it. Huh? Yeah. How long does it take to get here? You wanna try that? Oh, I don't think so. Mic check, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check. Hello, hello. Mic check, testing 1 2. I could barely hear myself. Put my headphones. You hear me, Josh? Heck, over. Yes. Yep.
One, two. Check, check. One, two. Check, check. 1, 2. Check, check. Testing 1, 2. 1, 2. Check, check. Test 1, 2. It's a little better. One, two. You can hear that right there?
Yeah, I can hear a slight buzz, but like,
It's very low.
yeah.
That might be, I don't know why.
We're gonna get a Scarlet.
Push it in. I hear it. It could be because we're plugged into the lights and everything right here. Are the lights on right now?
What?
The lights are on right now? The stage
Oh,
lights? Turn them down and see what happens. See if they both go away. Unplug the board. Nothing. Okay. It's still because I'm not getting enough juice, dude.
But how come we were good yesterday?
Hey, I got it to get this stuff. We need the Scarlet will do this trick. No. So get the Scarlet should fix it. Why did it come back?
go ahead and tell people the Wi-Fi password. Hmm? Yeah. Yep. Who gave it to you? He's here? Oh. Hmm? No, I had to redo it because you just connected it now. The system doesn't. No, I have to exit and come back into it. I don't have the information for his account. Okay. Okay. Don't believe me. Only telling you his own words. No, no, it's in red. No, it's in red. It's in red. It's in red.
Mic check, testing 1 2, testing 1 2, mic check. Hello, hello.
Look at this. No, you have to leave it. You have to leave the stream and come back.
Okay. Hello. Mic check, testing 1 2. ¿Por qué? I just joined right now, like 5 seconds ago. Myself, but I can hear myself on my phone. Oh, I just checked. What is his password? Oh, we got mine anyways. He told you.
You hear it?
I don't hear it.
That's the settings that you have to. What?
Change the audio output. Jose. Yeah. Change it here. Please. Please. Yes. So what's the issue here? So you want me to tell the guy? Hello, hello, mic check. Mic check. Testing 1 2. It's really low. I hear myself. Yeah, but it's really low. Give me some more ox. Mic check. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check. Hello, hello, mic check. Testing 1 2. Test. Mic. Why am I getting a buzz, dude?
You have a buzz?
Yeah. Mic check. Slightly though.
Oh, it's very low.
Mic check. Mic check. Testing 1 2. Mic check. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check. I got a very faint buzz. I'm gonna say we have an XLR recorder,
You have another one? Yeah.
so just to get rid of this adapter. But it sounds way better though.
Of course.
Is still a buzz? I wonder if it's okay. Maybe it's more than one thing. Still? 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 Hmm? Really loud? No, just tell me when you stop hearing the buzz. Still? Hold on. Still? Hello, hello? Hello, 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 hello. Why'd you leave the stream? Just tell me you hate me, man. I don't know. Come on, dude. Ba-doop, 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 boo, ba-doop. Nice picture. I saw. Hmm. It's okay. You can be a comedian too. Bring him into the show. Are you still in it? Check, check. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Hello? Huh? A buzz? I guess I could turn it more down, but. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? How's the volume now? Purup, 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 purup. Purup, 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 purup. Hitting like a black screen? I think Windows has. I just wanted one. Why did you do like 3? Why are you doing 3? All I want is one. Oh, there it is. Oh, it's just an Oh, he now it's. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. Okay. Then a buzz? Oh, yes, buzz. A tiny buzz? Hold on. Toot, 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 toot. How about there? Oh, wait. There? There? S- No, if I turn the aux too high, it's gonna give you more buzz. I don't know why you did it. There? More? 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 Less? What? The buzz? Dame un headphone? Dame tus headphones? I don't know. Dice poquito. Boo. Check, check. Check, 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 check. 1, 2. Yeah, with the rec box. The rec box, an actual big direct box. Bring me the rec box. Bring me the rec box. Ground lift. It has a ground lift. Bring me the rec box. Bring me a direct box. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2. Oh, I once had a dream. Hello, hello. Can you hear me now? Bien? No buzz? Missy? Now I'm gonna put a ground lift. What the heck? No escucho nada en tuyo. What's your volume? Ah, ese es el volumen. ¿Cuál es el volumen? Me equivoqué. Check, check. Pero It's not that bad, but it still has a slight hiss. Check, check. Check, check. check. The only thing else I can do is the main, because it might be coming from here. The main. Through the blocks instead. A ver si lo quita. But then you have to redo your whole EQ. It's too low. You still have a buzz? No? Oh, it didn't work.
What did you do?
The ground lifted it from here.
Yeah, no buzz.
At all?
Yeah, we're good.
Okay. Then never mind.
Mic check. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check. They have advanced audio settings. Yep. It's just that. Just auto gain control. Turn that off. The bottom. Mic check. Testing 1 2. Now we need that. Check. Testing 1 2. Mic check. Oh. Mic check. What is when you turn it off? But look, it has sounds. Mic check. Testing 1 2. It sounds really weird, Jose. Yeah. Like. Hold it. Mic check. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check. What? My mic sounds really low. On mine. Huh. Let me rejoin the stream. Because I sound normal there, right? It sounds normal.
Might still be a little, not too much, but like a little. It's like that'll be okay. I took that out, so the only thing else it could be is a grounding issue over here. So I can ground this
Mic check.
and ground lift this, and maybe I'll go.
Mic check. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check.
I have like a hiss in the back,
Yeah.
but I don't hear a buzz in it. I do have others.
See.
But now everything has to be redone.
Really?
Oh, maybe not.
What's delayed, so it's gonna take a while. Mic check. Testing 1 2. Testing 1 2. Mic check. This one's number 3. So I mean 1.
Hey,
Mic check. Testing 1 2.
Why is it eco? Ah, está aquí soy yo.
Oh.
Ahorita que yo estaba, no se oía, no se oía ruido cuando
Pero en el de él, he has it on speaker.
Poquito. It might just be his speakers. ¿Verdad?
Vete para afuera, porque aquí se lo oyes.
I did a ground lift on the.
¿También? Sí se oye, ya no podemos
What
hacerle
the
más.
heck? It doesn't matter.
Turn it down.
Hey, echo everywhere.
Mic check. Testing.
Does yours still have it?
Turn down.
Does it sound on yours?
I have it on my earbuds, but I need to turn it down because it's picking it up.
just making sure.
I'm gonna go
Did you
outside.
say something?
Mic check, testing 1 2. It sounds really loud though, but I don't have no buzz no more. Mic check, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check. How does it sound? How does it sound on your end? It's good. Mic check, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check, hello, hello. Mic check, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Mic check, mic check, mic check,
Check,
testing
check.
1 2,
Check,
testing
check.
1 2.
One,
Mic
two.
check.
Just make sure put all the same level on the aux.
I do on the aux. Hold on. They are the same.
I don't know how many mics they're using at the same time, but put all the same level. All four? Yes.
Okay.
And then you need the handhelds and the labs, or you want all labs? We have two
Oh,
labs and two
he told me
hands.
yesterday, the guy was speaking, he said he wants 3 labs and 1 hand.
Okay.
Yeah.
So change one more.
Yeah, but he said to tomorrow. He said
Oh,
to this
Check,
tomorrow. Yeah.
check, check. 1 2. Mic check. Yeah, I'm going to redo everything. Check, check. 1
Are you
2.
good in the breakouts?
Yeah, they're good.
Breakouts. Perfect.
Yeah, all the breakouts seem to be working fine.
So, great. Let's, okay.
Check, check, check. 1 2. Mic check.
No,
No.
but we
Check,
do it in
check.
style, right? We already.
Yeah, it sounded good.
1 2. Mic check.
It's raining.
Se oía bien. Cuando yo le dije a él, ¿verdad? Cuando yo estaba allá, tú estabas hablando, yo te oía bien.
No, yeah, but on his phone, you could hear, since it was louder, the speaker, it was on speaker. You could hear pretty loud.
Ah.
Did you already cue this one? Did you already cue this one? Yeah. Handheld number 1.
So, mañana es cuando quieres los labs.
3 handhelds, 3 labs, 1 handheld.
Louder. Están ready como nomás de los que están usando el handheld. ¿Quieren todos los labs mañana?
3 labs, 1 handheld. Hay uno que no tiene pila.
Ese es, ok, todos están números.
Mic check, testing 1 2.
They were already ready.
¿Cuál el 1 y el 2 es el? ¿Cuáles son tus? Tratando de conseguirle un técnico, Iván, para que no.
Mic check, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, mic check.
I don't know what else I can do. Maybe you could change one of the other settings. Did that do anything?
Lights on. I think it makes it.
Used to it. I'll put it back.
Mic check, testing 1 2.
Well, you should sound
Testing
clear.
1 2, mic check. It sounds good, like. You know, that's like.
I see what else I could change. It shouldn't have it anymore. I'm trying to see where it's coming from.
Mic check, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, mic check. Hello, hello, mic check, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, mic check.
Is it 12:05? Is it 12:05?
Well, literally, the one.
Hey, Casey, I don't see his presentation up there.
Well, well, well. Now you're talking. It's lunchtime. You were so quiet this morning. If I could have your attention just for a moment. I know, interrupting your lunch, interrupting the keynote speaker. What else are you going to interrupt, right? So, we have something special planned for you, not only today, but tomorrow at lunchtime. And I am so excited for this to happen. I want you to welcome our official lunch sponsor of State of Search, and it's SEM Rush. I'm old school. SEM Rush is for me, but I know they like SEM Rush. So Danny is here, and he's got some fun things. You're going to laugh, you're going to giggle, you're going to think, you're going to have a great time. So Danny, come on up.
Thank you so much, Chris. Keep it going for Chris, who is keeping it going throughout the conference, doing everything. Give it up for her. I heard I missed a fire drill this morning. How was that? Do we pass? Everyone made it out? All right, pretty apathetic towards the fire drill. Great, good. I'm great at fire drills. Sorry I missed it. Yeah, I am here. My name is Danny. I'm here on behalf of SimRush. We have a little SimRush live comedy event for you mid-lunch. Only at a digital marketing conference would there be an official lunch sponsor. But here we are. SimRush is here providing a little food and a little entertainment for you throughout. So we're going to have some fun. Digital marketing. What is it? I'm not in the field, so that's a genuine question. No, I get it. I have a website, so I understand where we're coming from. But I have some fun games for us that we're going to play. And those games, you might be saying to yourself, oh, a game at lunch? If you're just a really negative person, I guess. Oh, I hate having fun in the middle of lunch. Well, if you need some more incentive, I have some prizes to give away as part of this game. We got SimRush socks. Wow, what a roaring response from the audience for the SimRush branded socks. There's cool SimRush logos on this one. And then I've also got a pair that say, it depends up around the ankle. So that's what we'll be playing for today. So in case you needed any more incentive to really go for it, here you are. The stakes have never been higher at the lunchtime portion of a digital marketing conference, day one. Cue dramatic music. I mean, if you have it, you know. There it is. There's a little atmosphere. Okay, maybe dramatic was a step too far, but a little atmosphere for us. We're going to play a game, and it's going to be a fun game. I'm going to come to you in the audience. I'm going to ask for answers. This game is going to be called Name That Negative Review. We all know how important online reputation management is, right? So I pulled some negative reviews of famous North Texas landmarks, and I've redacted the key information. And based on those reviews, I'm going to ask you to name that negative review. If you get it right, I have a pair of socks for you. But before we do that, because, again, online visibility is everything, I'm going to make an intro for this piece. And you guys know Wheel of Fortune? Another tepid response for Wheel of Fortune. Okay, so at the start of Wheel of Fortune, Pat Sajak, or whoever, is he still alive? Whoever is in charge of Wheel of Fortune, they tee it up to the audience. They go, we're gonna play, and then the audience all chimes in, and they go, Wheel of Fortune. Yeah, familiar? Okay, great. All right, so we're gonna do that, but for this game that has a less conducive syllable count. It's called Name That Negative Review. So we're on the count of 3, we're all going to yell as the audience, Name That Negative Review. Okay, can you help me out with that? Excellent. I'm going to give everyone 7 seconds to finish chewing whatever bite they're currently on. Okay, are you guys ready? Cool, the countdown is on. 3, 2, 1. Name that negative review! Wow, it's like we all knew what the game show was before it even happened. How? Because it's so famous and ubiquitous. Okay, cool. Let's get into our first negative review. Patrick W. says, holy crap, The Redacted is a horrendous nightmare of odors, walking hazards, and crappy restaurants. I am embarrassed that it remains one of the top tourist attractions in Texas. It is one of the most glaring examples of a location that was once unique and interesting, getting popular, getting turned into a total genericosity. They may as well line the entire Redacted with Rocky Mountain chocolate shops, burn, and be done with it. Who would like to put in their guess as to what famous Texas landmark or district it is? I see a hand right here. Yes, your guess.
The Stockyards.
The Fort Worth Stockyards. Let's see if that guess is correct. What was making Patrick W. so angry? The Riverwalk. It was the San Antonio Riverwalk. Ah. What? No. Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. I said North Texas. I just meant Texas as a whole. I'm so sorry. And I will give you a pair of socks to make amends. Was that the intent the whole time, to get it wrong so I could give out a pair of socks? Yes, actually, and you have no way to prove otherwise. Well, Patrick W., I'm sorry about the Riverwalk, but better luck next time. Again, these are Texas landmarks all across the state. So let's get to that second negative review. Let's see what we got. Redacted. You call that redacted? I've seen better redacted in my preschool days. I can do better poses than these guys you have for Redacted. Along with that, breadcrumbs everywhere! I mean, do you guys have someone to clean overnight? Question mark. Also, maybe put an age limit. These children are out of hand. They can't understand anything. I'll go back to my middle school if I want to see average Redacted. Harsh words. Does anybody have a guess what famous Texas location this might be? Art Museum? Which city? This will say a lot. Austin Art Museum. The Austin Museum of Art. The AMA, they call it. I don't know. Never been. Okay. Let's see if that's right. It is the... Oh, it's been totally redacted. It was the Dallas Museum of Art. But again, socks to those who participate. That's right. 2 questions, 2 pairs of socks gone out. You kind of get the sense that the socks might be a giveaway that happens regardless of whether or not you get the question right. Oh, I don't know. We'll see. Okay, next negative review. Jim D. Boy, Jim D really gets into it on this one. Horrible. It stinks like cheap cologne and asparagus urine. These are Jim D's words. And the clientele is just terrible. They all have bad breath, terrible haircuts, and are the biggest collection of juggalos in the USA. There's redacted graffiti all over the walls. It should be nicknamed Loser Palace. The one thing I did enjoy was the modern era redacted, which is pristine and unspoiled. Who thinks they have a guess at what landmark this might be? Yes, you there. The Dallas Cowboys Stadium. Like, sick burn if not. Either way, right? You know, like good insulting guess, even if it's not right. But it is right. It is the Dallas Cowboys Stadium, AT&T Stadium. Here's a pair of socks. Wow, you even get a pair of socks if you get it right. That's fun. All right, I believe we have 2 more negative reviews. That means 2 more pairs of socks up for grabs here, folks. Let's check this out. Jennifer W. Smelly, small, better off going to the IMAX and watching the movie. Paying to see the inside just isn't worth it. I'm a history fan, but this was so altered. Being surrounded by the city, and within, you just can't get a feel of the time there. Some of the other redacted around here are much better. In terms of giving you a feel for the time. At the redacted, once you've seen the outside front, the one on all the brochures, you've seen enough, I promise. It is a lovely place at night to take pics with the lights, etc. And especially nice at Christmas with the large tree in front. Who thinks they have this one? I see a hand right here. The Alamo. What do we think of that guess, folks? Light applause for guessing the Alamo. Hey, yes, it was the Alamo. We're all going to remember that negative review. Here's a pair of socks for your trouble. Great catch. All right, I believe we have 1 more review left. That's 1 more pair of socks, which I have in my hand. Let's get into it. Well, this one's pretty simple. Josh M. Parking is a nightmare. Redacted. Come on. This is craziness. You all need to do something about this. P.S. I know it's not your parking lot, but still, you could do something. If I were thinking in terms of search, not a lot of keywords to go off of there. Might be a tough one. Does anybody have a guess at it, knowing that I will probably give you a pair of socks regardless? Yes, I saw a hand go up back here. And what is your guess? The State Fair of Texas. That's as somebody who's had parking nightmares at the State Fair of Texas, that's a great guess. But in fact, it's the Houston Zoo. All right, we're giving out socks either way. Give everybody a round of a hand that participated in that game. We appreciate it. Online reputation management is important, and sometimes you can't control how people feel about the parking lot. Well, now I want you to turn to your tables. You're going to see in the middle of those tables some name tags, some Sharpies and or pins, as well as some slips. So what I want you to do with the name tags, because, you know, we wanted this to be digital marketing theme, be a little bit fun. We're also all breaking the ice. We're getting to know each other. This is a networking opportunity, of course. So what I want you to do is I want you to take those name tags and I want you to think of a keyword that describes yourself. And I want you to write that keyword on that name tag, and I want you to wear that name tag for the rest of the day. And that is now your conversation starter that will lead to people asking you, hey, why is that your keyword? What does that say about you? Tell me more about yourself based on your name tag. Okay, yeah, good question. Just one word. Just one word was the question. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm thinking one word, but there are extra name tags. So if you need a long tail keyword phrase to describe yourself, you can side by side several name tags wrapping all the way around the back. Okay, that'd be great. Use the name tags at your discretion. I don't have a use for them after this conference. While you're at it, be sure to mingle with the other people at your table. Get to know each other a little bit. I'm going to give you a little time to fill out these name tags and put them on and talk and, break that ice.
You're listening to the Lurk Line with Dr. Druid Pinsky, taking your creepy queries. And
right, everybody, you can continue to work on those name tags, keep networking, keep talking, but I want to address the slips on the table as well. I mentioned them. If you can believe this, SEMrush is not only the lunch sponsor of day one of State of Search, but SEMrush is also the lunch sponsor of tomorrow's State of Search program. Wow. What? Yeah, I agree. A full round of applause. Standing ovation would have been great, but yeah, full round of applause. Very nice. So we will be back tomorrow. I'll have some of my friends with me. We've got some more fun activities for you all, but I need your help for tomorrow's lunchtime programming. So if you could take those slips on the table and write down a celebrity name or a product. We will be using those things in the show tomorrow. So feel free to write down a celebrity name or a product on your slip. Once lunch wraps up, you can come bring me the slips up on stage, and we'll use that as part of the show tomorrow. So again, that information, a celebrity name or a product. Thank you guys very much. Ramp it up a little bit to get everybody's focus and then bring it in. All right, folks, thank you very much for doing the name tags, doing the slips. I want to call your attention back to the front of the stage now because some people were saying they wanted a chance to win more socks, and I said, I just don't know that we have the socks or the bandwidth to do that. But I searched my box, and I found more socks, and we have a way to give away more socks. So who wants to win some more socks in the audience? We love it. Well, we're going to play our next game. And that game is called The Search Volume is Right. Wow. Okay, I would like if you all would appease me here. I would like to make another video of this game show intro. So let's practice that real quick. On the count of 3, everybody say, "The search volume is right." Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3. Okay, we're gonna do that again on video. Kill the music for me for just a second, guys. Thanks, guys. Okay, who's ready to play? The search volume is right. Wow. That looks like that's very legitimizing. A room full of people yelling the segment name. This will probably be on TV within the year. Okay, This game is simple. If you're not using SEMrush currently, I recommend you check it out. I have a cursory knowledge of the tool because I work with them. Even if I don't even know the full capacity of the tool, I still see the value. That's a testimonial they didn't ask me to do, but there it is. So, SEMrush gathers search volume data, and you can use that search volume data to make informed choices, or you can use that search volume data to make a haphazard game show. So, we're going to get right into the questions. Again, I'll give you the question. If you want to answer, throw your hand up, and I'll get to you. This first segment is going to be over or under. I'm going to give you a search volume. You're going to tell me if you think the number of people that search that search on a monthly basis is over or under the number I'm giving you. That felt like a bad explanation as it was coming out of my mouth. I promise it'll make more sense when we get to the question. So, for instance, 2,000 people search, should toilet paper hang over or under? I'm going to go right here first. I promise I will get to you as all. So, just to be clear, and this is a confusing question to start on. More than 2,000 people. We're saying more than 2,000 people per month search. Should toilet paper hang over or under? It's over! 2,400 people per month. There is your pair of socks. All right, we get how it works now. All right. Next question. 300 people per month search, am I a vampire? 300 people per month. Who would like to be our official guesser? I'm seeing you, sir, at that center table. You're saying under 300 people per month search that? It's got to be over. More than 300 people per month search, am I a vampire? Let's see that answer on the big board. Under only 20 people per month. But at this point, I've established a long line of giving people socks regardless, so it would feel weird to start not giving out socks. Next question. 67,000 people search, how much water should I drink a day per month? Per month. Yes, you, sir. Over. We think the answer is over. 67,000 people. Well, I have the power to make the decision not to give you socks, just to reestablish the power dynamic in the room. Over! Well, it doesn't matter in this case because the correct answer was over. It's 110,000 people per month search. How much water should I drink in a day? You've earned your socks fair and square. No one, including myself, can take them away from you. Question 4. 7 people search, how many licks for a Tootsie Pop per month? 7 people. Who wants to get? I see a lot of gesturing, but the first true hand raise I saw was back here. You would like to make a guess on whether more or less than 7 people per month search how many licks for a Tootsie Pop? We think it's over 7 people per month. It is over. It's 10 people per month. Well done. Another hard-earned pair of socks. Next question, number 5. 15,000 people per month search, why do horses need shoes? Do we think it's over or under? We're thinking it's under. 15,000 people search, why do horses need shoes per month? Let's see that total up on the big board. 12,100. Not under by as many as you might think. But yes, under was the correct answer. I've got your socks incoming. Just a moment, sir. You can answer the next question. You can. Well, they come in pairs. Yes. But I haven't read your name tag yet. I'm sorry. I will let you answer this next question, though. How about that? In the spirit of arbitrary rulemaking. 150,000 people per month search, why were chainsaws invented? We're thinking under. That answer, over. 201,000 people per month. Why were chainsaws invented? Well, that's a free blog idea for everyone in the room. You're welcome. All right, let's get into some multiple choice. Does anyone want to pre-volunteer to answer this question? Does anyone want to pre-throw their name in the hat? Yes, right here, out of convenience. All right, we're about to see our question up on the big board here. Every month, 90 people search, what happens to you if you blank someone in the armpit? Is it A, bite, B, punch, C, lick, or D, smell? We're hearing punch B. What do we think of that answer, audience? We're sticking with punch. Every month, 90 people search. What happens if you punch someone in the armpit? Let's see. Yes, B was the correct answer. This audience is on fire, nailing all our picks. Who would like to volunteer for this next question? I see you right there with the blazer. I'm going to grab some socks in anticipation of success. Every month, 49.5 thousand people search the following phrase, why am I always blank? Is it A, hungry, B, angry, C, tired, or D, lying?
C, tired.
We've got C, tired, as our official answer. That's correct. There's your pair of socks. Fantastic. We've got one question left. Who wants to be the final question answerer? Literally just whoever's hand I see first. I'm sorry if that is overly or underly democratic. Okay. We got one, and it's actually a new format. I'm going to warn you here. It's not multiple choice. Well, it is multiple choice in a way, but it's not the multiple choice you've been used to, and it's not over-under. It's, use the clicker correctly. It's which phrase gets searched the most each month? Which phrase gets searched? Okay, didn't need to read that again. I just said it. All right. Is it A, why am I always cold? Is it B, why am I always hungry? Or is it there, or there? We're going with C, final answer. The phrase that gets searched the most times per month. Is it there, or there? Well, there, we're about to see there, where, there it is. Oh! Why am I always cold? 18.1K per month. Yeah, that's a good point. Everyone was very disappointed that was the highest volume. Only at a digital marketing conference would we, a room full of people get mad at data. All right. That is it for the search volume is right. A quick announcement. If you parked at this event, our official parking sponsor in the back will take your tickets for validation at the end of the event. Give it up for Rise Local for being our parking sponsor. Who doesn't love parking? Okay. Keeping the energy up. Well, we have one game left, and I know everybody's saying, wow, how many socks do you have in the box you brought with you? What? I got news for you. I actually think it is 20, but we'll talk after the lunch programming. But we're about to play for something far more prestigious than a pair of socks. You saw how many people wound up with a pair of socks. No. Instead, we're going to do something far more intense. You can hit a little music sting over there in the booth. We are going to play and compete head-to-head with each other in a speed rock, paper, scissors tournament! Oh, yeah. Pride alone is a reason for me to get really invested in this, Danny. But do you have something else? Yes, I do. A freaking trophy is at stake. State of Search 2022 inaugural Speed Rock Paper Scissors tournament. This side, I've written State of Search 2022 on it to make it official. The other side's blank, and that's where your name can go if you rise to glory on this occasion. So, the way this is going to work, everyone is going to stand up. You're going to find a partner next to you. I will count you down. We're going to go rock, paper, scissors, shoot. I know some of you probably don't play with shoot. Well, these are house rules today, okay? So get used to the timing. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. That's when you'll go. Don't go before, don't go after. If you win, stay standing. If you lose, sit down. If there's a draw, you go again, okay? So anyone who wants a chance to win a trophy, stand up right now, find someone next to you. And frankly, get ready to make some enemies. It's a speed rock, paper, scissors tournament. This is one single elimination, NCAA style, baby. Mid to late October Madness. No, hold on, whoa. I said I would give the official count, please. None of it. I know you all want to warm up. No, that's it. I will count you down. I will count you in. This is very above board. This is a serious tournament. Okay, is everybody ready? Does everybody have a partner they're competing against? Face your partner. Face your partner. And I'm going to count you in, okay? Are we ready? Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. If you lost, you sit. If you tie, you both stay. If you won, you stay. All right, everyone who is still standing, find a new partner. In the interest of time, if you tie, just go again and resolve that on your own time. That's a new arbitrary rule that I've made up for this. And again, the judge's ruling is final. Does everybody have a partner to go against here? Okay, great. And I'm going to count you in again so that it's, again, official. This is very serious and important. Trophy. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. If you lost, sit down. If you drew, resolve that on your own time. Go again until you have a winner. Winners stay standing. Find a new opponent. Find a new partner. Is everybody matched up? Does everybody have somebody to go against? Anybody not found a partner? You can put your hand up. We're good? All right. Okay. Face your partner, and I'll count you in. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. If you tied, go again till you have a winner. Single elimination. It's brutal. I know. It's tough. There's going to be a lot of animosity built up throughout the conference because of this moment. Enemies will be formed. Heroes will rise. How many do we have left here in the audience? I think I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. When we get to a final four, I'll bring you up on stage so that you can bask in the audience jealousy, frankly, as we resolve this thing. Okay. We have our 4 pairings. This redacted 8 for copyright reasons. I won't say it. I don't know if I'm not allowed to, but here we go. Everybody face your partner. And rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Was it a draw? Go again until you have a winner. If you are one of our final 4, please make your way to the stage. Final 5. Everybody comes up. Final 5. I only see 4 of you. we've got our final four. I'm going to get some names now. I think you've earned that right, winning upwards of 4 rock, paper, scissors single elimination contests. We are
Kurt Green.
Kurt Green.
Edgar.
Edgar. Alexis. Terrace. Give it up for your final four in the rock, paper, scissors tournament. I'm hearing it's a career highlight from some of our competitors on stage. Okay, we're going to do these matchups one at a time now so that the opponents know who they'll be facing. So I'm going to have the two of you step forward in the full view of the spotlight, and you're going to rock, paper, scissors it up. I will count you in again. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. One half of the bracket is set. And again, what's at stake? Me hastily writing your name on this trophy and giving it to you. Okay, our other semifinal matchup. Please step to the front of the stage so that everybody can see. And I'll count you in. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh no! Unaudible! Oh no! That means the finals matchup is set. It all comes down to this. I could not afford the rights to Eye of the Tiger. But just imagine if that seminal track we're playing right now over this heated matchup. Again, one game, winner take all. You're looking, somebody's about to taste ultimate victory while the other probably leaves the conference, probably just goes, gets in their car and just changes everything about their lives. So again, the stakes have never been higher. Face your opponents. I will count you in for all the marbles. Rock, paper, scissors, shoot. Oh, Terrace! Oh, psh, 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 psh. Confetti cannons. Psh. Wow, Terrace. Oh, yeah, good show of sportsmanship. We love to see it at State of Search. Terrace, how do you spell your name? Terrace, everybody. Quick impromptu interview. Terrace, we got to know you when you were just another competitor out there on the floor. And a lot of people said, Terrace, I mean, she can rock, she can paper. Scissors game, we don't know. You were an unknown. You were a dark horse. You came in. You took care of business. What was the key to your success out there?
I did rock every single time except for that last one.
She did rock every single time except for that last one, giving away the secrets. You haven't even written the book on your success yet, and you're giving away the secrets. Give it up for Terrace, everybody. Your rock, paper, scissors winner. Thank you guys so much for having me. Like I said, I'll be back with some friends tomorrow. We'll do some more fun stuff during lunch. Thank you to everyone who participated. If you filled out those slips, you can hand them to me, or Chris will come around and pick them up. We'll grab them from you. And we appreciate you. Give it up one more time for Chris, your event organizer.
All right. I hope you enjoyed all that. I thought it was quite hilarious. Tomorrow will be even better, so you got to be here. Anyways, we're going to take a short break and then go get yourself something to drink and come back in the room. And we're going to get started with our afternoon keynote speaker. So we got about 5 to 7 minutes.
Test, test, test. 1, 2, 3. Hello. A little more. All right, that's good.
All mic'd up?
Yep, I'm good.
All right. No. Go ahead. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you enjoyed that lunch. If I could have all of your attention, we are going to move on with our afternoon keynote speaker. It's time to get started. All you chatterbugs out there, if you could quiet, please. Thank you. I hope you enjoyed that lunch program. Tomorrow is going to be even more fun. You're going to be laughing a lot tomorrow. He's bringing a whole crew to do some fun stuff with you guys. I hope you wrote some really funny stuff on those papers, whether it was a product or whether it was a celebrity. I think it's going to be quite entertaining. Anyways, we are ready for our afternoon keynote speaker, and I'm from the bottom of my heart so grateful that Jeremy traveled here. I've known Jeremy, a long time, over 10 years probably. I've learned a lot from him through YouTube and videos, even incorporated it into a previous business that I was in. And it's funny because videos never stop. And I made a video a couple years ago. I was in the garage door business, and I was teaching people how to change batteries in a remote. Yes, there are batteries in a remote control. I can't tell you how many phone calls we used to get about that. You think it would be simple, but to a lot of people it's not. And so I decided to do a video. Well, I happened to look, and that video is now over 10,000 views, and I'm not even with the company anymore. So, and it keeps on growing, and it kind of gives me the chills, because had I really implemented what he told me to do, it would be blowing out of the water. So I am very honored to have Jeremy Vest here, all the way from Signal Mountain. Jeremy, come on up.
Thank you. Hey, thanks everyone. I first want to just say, hey Mike, how you doing? A lot of people in this room right now changed my life. I moved to Dallas in 2005, and I met people like Tony Wright and Dan Sturdivant and Mike and a lot of these guys in this room. And I just want to say, like, what they built, State of Search and DFW SEM, you guys have changed so many people's lives. So thank you guys. Let's give a big round of applause for all these guys in here. How many people in this room have been affected by the people that started this organization? That's awesome. About a third of you guys. That's really cool. Okay, as a recovering SEO specialist, I want to say a couple of things before I get started. The first is, although us nerds lean towards the tech and the silver bullets and the one thing, I want you to really, what I'm going to say is really just common sense, and it's going to seem really easy, but it's really not easy at all. So if you want to do great at SEO or content marketing or social media or YouTube or Instagram or TikTok, you just have to make great content, right? I mean, that's what's going to surface now. So my challenge to you guys is to not think about it from an analytical perspective, but rather just, how are you going to create something people actually want to consume, right? So that's my challenge to you before we get started. Search happens on all kinds of, from TikTok to YouTube, YouTube Shorts. I'm sure you guys have seen this, but there is a lot of search happening on Google all over the place. So if you're not creating videos, there's a very big chance that you're not ranking in SERPs as well as you should be, or your customers, right? Don't underestimate what YouTube is doing right now They're starting to index, or Google is starting to index TikTok videos pretty insanely. The second video there is a video I created a few days ago, and 80% of this short vertical videos, shorts are called, it's like the TikTok for YouTube. Anyways, almost 80% of the search came from Google and YouTube search. So don't underestimate the power of creating videos for traditional SEO. How many people in here do video stuff right now? How many people in here want or think they should do video stuff? Awesome. All right, this is my number one rule and my only rule. What I mean by not sucking is not having good equipment. I'm not talking about that. I'm not talking about being good on camera. I'm not talking about any of that. What I mean is actually caring enough to create content that people want. A lot of people, especially if I've worked with about 20 of the top 100 brands in America doing YouTube strategy, and I'll never forget Procter & Gamble was like, why is this 13-year-old getting 1 billion views and we got no views? It's like, well, because people don't want to talk to a brand. They want to talk to a real person and they can't relate to you. So when I say don't suck on video, I want you to be yourself. I want you to have a crappy camera. As long as you have good audio and good lighting, people can handle everything else. They can't handle bad audio. They can't handle bad lighting. The more polished you get, some of the worst customers I've ever had were like radio DJs and people that were really polished, because no one believes you, So if you really focus on a specific thing, like a specific niche, and you're just some nerd, you have a group of nerds like you in the world that want to learn from you, right? So it's not, I think the main reason people suck at video, it's hard. You have to be consistent, but they're not understanding what good means. Good doesn't mean good equipment. I sold my $10,000, $15,000 worth of equipment 2 years ago, and I just use an iPhone or a GoPro, or I have something called an Insta360 Link, which is a $300 web camera that's insane. And no one even noticed. No one noticed the difference. So don't suck means, how dare you waste someone's time if you're making some boring crap because you have to check a box for some company, right? Like, don't make boring crap. Make something entertaining or educating, and definitely give people either entertainment or education. Give them real advice. This is kind of like a blog post or anything else. If the good ones do well and the bad ones don't get ranked at all. So you got to make videos for the people, not for yourself, or your company, or your brand, or your clients. If you make videos for anyone other than the consumers of the videos, then you're just going to waste everyone's time. Does anyone agree with that? Awesome. So I'm sorry, it's not me, it's you. If you're not getting views on YouTube, a lot of people want to bring, I've been doing this stuff for, I guess, 22 years now. I've been in digital marketing. I'm an old man. And we all have blamed everyone for everything throughout these 22 years. It's always Google, or it's YouTube, or it's this or that. But the truth is, we're just not making content people want to consume if we're not getting views, or we're not being consistent enough, or we're not niching down far enough. It's a mindset, right? So what I'm telling you guys is, don't blame anyone else, just figure it out. Because if you have that other mindset of it's everyone else's fault, then you're never going to go anywhere in life. So don't blame others, even though, yes, we all can't stand the YouTube and Google algorithms. I get it. But adapt and move forward. All right. This looks like something from Sesame Street. It was early this morning when I made this. But this is at the heart and soul. You can listen to all these. This is why my customers have over 20 billion organic views on YouTube. I promise you. It's really this simple. Clickability, watchability, and shareability. Clickability is the title and thumbnail. It has to be awesome. Your thumbnail has to stand out. Seth Godin says you have to be the purple cow. You have to stand out against everyone else. Watchability, if people aren't actually watching your content, then YouTube and Google aren't going to share it. And then shareability, make something so awesome that people want to actually share, comment, and like on it. If you can master these three things, the algorithm, fancy editing, fancy equipment, nothing else matters, right? Clickability, watchability, and shareability. Most of the presentation is on this. This is a thumbnail I did, got a few million views. I used to be the director of marketing or chief marketing officer of Brell Skateboarding, the largest skateboard YouTube channel. I'm an old man, but I still skateboard every day, so it's a fun job. And you can just see why this video got millions of views. Had nothing to do with the video, has to do with the clickability. It's a glass skateboard. I made it look like it was shattering. The perspective, I was literally underneath him while he was like 6 foot in the air with a 40-pound glass skateboard. So this is all real. Of course, it's enhanced, but this is a very clickable thumbnail. What's missing? Text. Why? Because I'm telling a visual story. If a picture's worth 1,000 words, why do I got to put text on this? Do you really think text would add any value to this right here? If you're a skateboarder or not, you're probably going to click on that because it's kind of insane. Here's a video from a local legend, Roger Wakefield. He's now the most famous plumber online. About 4 years ago when I started working with her, wow, my bad, Roger. When I started working with him, he had 100 subscribers. And I started teaching him my philosophies and getting there. Now Cottonelle pays him 6 figures to make a video about toilet paper. Like, this guy is freaking awesome. He sold his plumbing company here in town, and he is going to the moon. Why? Clickable thumbnails. Even though if you're typing in something to do with Fabuloso, you're going to click on this dude with the sweet mustache before you click on anything else. Mr. Beast. A lot of people don't understand this, but if you really look close on all these faces, they Photoshopped like all those faces. Like that girl face looks like she's on a dude's body if you really look at it. Like the proportions are wrong. But he'll do hundreds of thumbnail tests, multivariate tests and stuff to make sure that his thumbnail is getting views. What I love about Mr. Beast, by the way, is probably, if you guys don't know, the best YouTube marketer in the world. There's so much science and math and crazy stuff in this thumbnail. I'm going to kind of break it down real quick, but we're going to get real nerdy towards the end. Eyes, subconsciously, are the window to the soul, and nonverbal communication is greater than verbal communication. So seeing the surprise face, the big whites of the eyes, the open mouth, there's so much crazy science in this thumbnail, but there's a reason he's the most clicked YouTuber in the world. Scale is absolutely huge on YouTube. Being immersed in like what looks to be millions of dollars, everyone likes money, so it's a very clickable thing. I showed these thumbnails specifically to show you guys, like, you could be a plumber, a skateboarder, or it doesn't matter, right? You could be a mortician. What I don't want you guys to do is have the excuse of, oh, my company's boring, or, the client's boring. That's an excuse. I promise you. I have one of my customers makes $300,000 or $400,000 a year, and he teaches people how to cut grass. That's all he does. Roger is like a freaking celebrity, literally, at marketing conferences, and he's a plumber. So excuses are excuses. I'm sorry, but if you have a boring company, it's your fault. Because people, especially if you're B2B, the other side of that B is a human with emotions, right? It's not just boring to boring. That's not what it stands for. But psychologically, we all think that. And LinkedIn, we post this stupid crap instead of talking about your dog dying or, being like vulnerable and having real emotions. People want people. They don't want BS. And B2B, everyone I know working at a B2B space is starving for real crap. So don't underestimate the power of your mindset and your psychological state of approaching these boring companies. By the way, if you go to, and I'll show this at the end, but all of this is available to you guys for free, so you don't have to write all this stuff down. It's creatorunlock.com/SOS. So again, this whole presentation's already there for you guys, waiting on you. But the clickable thumbnail cheat sheet is basically all this stuff. I'm not going to go over in details, but there is definitely a lot of value, and this is my exact. This isn't something, but wait, there's more you have to buy for $19.95. This is everything. I'm giving you guys my whole secret. So the other part of clickability is the titles, and the titles have to match the thumbnail. I want to show you guys my favorite thumbnail of all time is a yellow box. And the reason is the title says this is not yellow. So what you have to understand is the combination of so what happens is, this is what happens. You're scrolling, you see the thumbnail is the stop sign. The title is the reason you're going to click or not. So you're scrolling, you see a cool thumbnail, you pause, you read the title. And this proves that fact, right? 21 million views, a yellow box, and it says this is not yellow. It's kind of crazy. So I wanted to show you guys the power of the combination of the title and thumbnail. What do you guys? You guys get any value so far? Yeah. Awesome. All right. I don't think this is going to work. Nope. What's a video presentation with videos anyways? We don't need videos. I'll just explain it. True story, about 7 years ago, the state of Alaska sent me to Alaska to teach Inuits YouTube. I get there and nothing was working. So I had to explain to Inuits what YouTube was for 3 hours. That was pretty awesome. The most important thing about making watchable content is that first 1 to 3 seconds. A lot of people say 10 seconds. Man, you guys know after 10 seconds, you're already on your phone or somewhere else in the kitchen. Like 10 seconds might as well be 10 years on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube, right? 10 seconds is way too long. Don't ever listen to that stuff again. It's 1 to 3 seconds. So you have to hook the viewers with emotion, punch people in their emotions. That's what I like to say. Because if you don't, you're going to not engage them, and then they're going to go on their desktop or iPhone or iPad or whatever, and you've lost them. The editing, the video I was going to show you, which I'll explain, is Mr. Beast has, in the first 10 seconds, about 30 to 40 different cuts in video. So it's like boom, 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 boom. It's like a machine gun of different visuals and audio and stuff happening. The reason for that, we're pretty much all ADHD at this point, to a point. So if you can hook people with emotions and a lot of visual stimulation, whether you're a morgue or a skateboard channel, it doesn't matter. That would be weird for a morgue, though, to have really fast cuts. You just have to go fast. If you won't watch the video you made, scrap it. Don't waste people's time. There's so much crap out there. It's just not worth it. It's not going to help from organic search or anything, or, if you make decent content on blogs or YouTube or TikTok or Instagram, scrap it. It's not going to be good enough. No pressure. Another thing I do is I use a lot of sounds, like boop or something like that, to re-engage people's brains every 1 to 3 seconds. Give a payoff. Make sure you give someone a reason to keep watching the video. Don't spill all the beans in the beginning. Give something away or do something so that people keep watching the video. The best thing to do is make content good enough where people want to keep watching, but that's really hard. So if you really are in a boring industry, then give someone a serious, real reason to keep watching. Subject matter. How is a plumber getting millions of views a month? I mean, man, I want to do dad jokes so bad right now about it's a crappy business, but I'm not. So relatability, the reason why Roger Wakefield as a plumber, I know a lot of you guys in here know him. The reason he's so good, he thought his superpower was that he's a master plumber for like the last 35 years. But his superpower is actually the fact that he's charismatic and he can explain plumbing to the average person. So relating to his audience makes people love him. There's people that watch his channel. Like my wife literally watches his channel and she's not a plumber. We are redoing a house, so there's a little bit of similarity, but he's just a charismatic guy. And it just makes a lot of sense to watch his content if you own a house. And then edutainment, just keep things more exciting than you think you should keep them because you're focused on someone. If you're writing a blog post for an SEO reason, you're going to add more value than you normally would for some other purpose, right? It's the same concept. Going to get into shorts real quick. Got a celebrity, Austin Armstrong here. He's going to get way nerdier tomorrow, I think at 10. Is it 10? Yeah, you don't want to miss this session on TikTok. And I'm not taking all the credit. I'm taking 1% of the credit. But about 3 or 4 months ago, Austin was posting videos every day, multiple times a day. And he was getting, a few hundred views maybe? If he was getting a few hundred views on his shorts a day, it's like, that was a good day. Now, he went from about 5,000 to, you crossed yesterday, 400,000 subscribers on YouTube in 8 weeks?
60 days, 75 days.
So a little more than 2 months, he went from 5,000 subscribers on YouTube to 400,000 subscribers just by focusing in on making shorts that people want to consume. But isn't that awesome? This guy's life has changed. He's got over 1 million followers now. My suggestion, Austin's audience, about 40 seconds is what his audience likes. He's just more entertaining than me, I think. But I suggest doing about 15 to 30 second videos on TikTok, Instagram, and YouTube. And your goal is to get over 100% watch time. How do you get over 100% of something? Well, it's a loop. So it keeps on repeating itself. So one thing Austin taught me is something called a closed loop, that at the end you say, but if you want to grow on YouTube, so it starts and stops at the same way. So it's this seamless loop and the audience doesn't know what starts and when it ends. And it's something's 15 seconds, you're going to probably watch it once or twice anyways, right? If you really are finding value of it. So getting that watch time up to over 100% is extremely important. The hook is really more about 1 second on a short if it's a 15 to 30 second video. Does everyone know what a YouTube short is? It's just a vertical video on YouTube. It's just the TikTok of YouTube. Use strong emotions. And, it's really the same as a long video. It's just in a short format. One recommendation I would give you guys is start with shorts. If you can master a 15-second storytelling moment, you can master a long video. It's a whole lot harder to have someone watch a 5-minute video versus a 15-second video. So my recommendation to all of you guys, and by the way, TikTok and YouTube Shorts are absolutely blowing up on SERPs on Google right now. So I would master the 15-second storytelling and then move on to longer videos. Shareability. Make content so good people want to tell their mama about it. If you're not making content good enough for people to share, maybe you're not making good enough content, right? Because if you're in an industry and you watch a video and you have no motivation to like, comment, or share on that video, then maybe it's not good enough. Maybe you have to find other ways. Maybe you have to do giveaways, or, if you're not good enough, maybe you have to be creative enough to get people to share it. But clickability, the titles and thumbnails, watchability, making content people want to consume the entire time, and then shareability, just getting people to like, comment, share. One of the best things you can do is tell people what you want them to do. So like subscribe, like, comment, share, things like that. I know it sounds pretty primitive, but it works very, very well. This is kind of my philosophy on how my customers have so many organic views. I call it my unlock method. And I think the main reason people fail, especially on YouTube, I keep on talking about YouTube versus TikTok and Instagram because YouTube's a million times harder. Let's just be honest. A million times harder. So a lot of people talk a lot about a lot of different things, or they don't want to focus. At this point, if you guys are really wanting to do well on YouTube, I would be a niche of a niche of a niche, right? So I wouldn't talk about, if I was starting a brand new skateboarding channel tomorrow, I wouldn't just talk about skateboarding. I would talk about freestyle skateboarding or vert skateboarding or skateboarding as an old man, because you have to identify with a certain group of people. Also, let's say I go make an old man skateboard channel. I will have maximum maybe 50 to 100,000 subscribers 5-10 years from now. But those 50 or 100,000 people are going to love my content better than a general skateboard channel with 1 million subscribers. I would make more money selling merch to old dudes that skateboard than trying to reach the whole world, right? So it's so much more powerful. My friend in Birmingham, Alabama, making $300,000 a year teaching people how to cut grass. He found his niche. He's not just talking about all the things about grass or weeding, and he's focused. So don't underestimate the power of being an underwater basket weaver. When I was a kid, that was like the funny thing parents used to tell kids going to college that didn't pick a good field to go in. Now, if you are the underwater basket weaver, you're going to win the hardest on YouTube. And you could literally be a millionaire with one view if you sold jumbo jets, and I mean, I'm just saying, like, the audience size doesn't matter. It's about the audience participation and love and respect for what you're doing. So, oh man, I just skipped like 90%. How's my time doing? Are we good? All right. So unlock your superpower and purpose. We're all born here for a purpose of some point, right? We got to figure out what that is. I would ask family and friends, or if you're doing this for a brand, ask clients and owners, but really focus in on what value or entertainment method you're actually giving. Because if you're not actually helping someone, or you're not creating your YouTube channel with that heart, it's not going to ever go anywhere. So you got to find your superpower, and you really have to niche down. So in my little channel, I help people unlock YouTube because the biggest part of YouTube is mindset. That's the reason 99% of people fail. Another thing on the L is listen and improve 1% every week. You're not going to be a master editor and filmer and sound person and storyteller all in one day. It takes the average channel about 10 years to get to 1 million subscribers. So this is definitely a marathon, not a race. So you just have to get 1% better every week. And don't judge yourself. Just stay the course. It's hard. People like Mr. Beast make it look easy. 23-year-old about to be a billionaire. Whatever, not bitter. And only make watchable content. If you won't watch your own content, delete that video and throw it away. and go make stuff that is watchable. I'm not talking about quality. I'm just talking about value. You got to create at least one video a week. You just have to. Mr. Beast created 400 videos before he really got viral at all, from the time he was 13 to 17. So, it is about the consistency. Now he only makes like one video a month, but his videos cost $1 to $6 million to produce. So it makes sense, to only do one a month. Keep developing your habits and mindset. Mindset is everything. If you are failing at something, you have to push through, or you're just going to keep failing. And then when I say, what's your slogan? If someone says, hey, what do you do on YouTube? I help creators unlock YouTube. End of story, right? I could put that on my business card, on my website. It's my philosophy. It's the thing I do. It's my niche. It's very hard to articulate. I would argue that this is the hardest part of being a creator, whether you're a blogger or YouTuber or TikToker. Articulating your value is probably the hardest thing for anyone to do. I would get outside help for this. I would ask your spouse or your friends or family, know your purpose and your niche, and come down to a 3 to 5, maybe 6, 7 word phrase that explains what you do. On this sheet, I also gave you guys a whole bunch of other stuff. I give you my storytelling show formula. I definitely recommend you guys studying various types of storytelling. The hero's journey is basically every Disney movie you've ever seen. That I would just study that. I would study the 3-part story structure. It's all about storytelling. And I would even argue that blogs are the same way, right? You have to hold people's attention. A lot of these, this example is actually from Mr. Beast in the first 10 seconds. So you got to hook them, know who your subscribers are, the context, the reason to watch. A lot of people everyone was born with this desire to put this big 10-second logo or something like spinning around or something. Is like branding. That just absolutely kills channels. You really need 70% watch time in 30 seconds. If you spend 5 seconds of that showing a logo, you've already killed your video. YouTube will not promote it. 70% retention in the first 30 seconds is actually very hard to do. This is why I'm talking about keeping the video fast-paced and entertaining and have a lot of stuff switching around and going fast. Don't do the branding anymore. That's dead. And the reason, if you want to do branding, do it in the background or make it part of the video. Don't make it something that the video does and everything else pauses. And there's also a reason I don't work with big corporate 100 brands anymore, because branding and TikTok and YouTube don't always match, You got to have a reason to keep watching, call to action, tell people what you want them to do, and the end screen. So I use an iPhone, a GoPro, and there's this really cool web camera called an Insta360 Link. It is, I've used a lot of web cameras. They all suck. This is the actual first web camera. It's $300. It's the first web camera I've ever used that literally looks like a $10,000 camera. It's got a gimbal. It has all this technology that lets you follow. So I'll be at my studio at my house and, moving all around, and I'm always in frame. Super cool camera. So if you guys do Zoom calls a lot or live streams, totally worth buying an Insta. I'm not a sponsor, by the way. I just think it's really awesome. If, again, the two things people will not tolerate is bad lighting. The phrase shady, that's a shady character, that literally comes from people not lit right. If your eyes aren't lit, people aren't going to subconsciously trust you. You're going to look all shady. If you don't have any lights, just face a window during the daytime. At night, it doesn't really help. There's this new microphone called the Elgato Wave 3. It's only about $200. It puts my $500 camera, puts my $500 microphone to shame. It's crazy technology. And I had this earlier. I forgot to bring it. I'll put this on this document. There's this $30 lapel. You put one side in your phone, and the other side is like this lapel. It's $30. It's super awesome. So I'll add this to the document tonight. It's on Amazon. It's super, super amazing. Editing software, don't overthink it. There's so many amazing apps now. I think, Austin, don't you actually edit most of your videos just on your phone? So this dude has 1 million followers, and he just edits all his videos on his phone. Pretty crazy. So don't overthink it. It's not about the quality. It's not about logos. It's just about giving people value. I also gave you guys an uploading and optimization cheat sheet so you can see all the things you have to do when you upload a video. I'm going to give you guys some philosophies on keyword research. Believe it or not, there's a lot of YouTube gurus out there telling everyone that YouTube searches doesn't matter, like keywords don't matter, don't ever waste your time on them. And the reason they say that is 70% of the views that happen on YouTube happen from suggested views, not search. So 30% is all you get on search. But why that's really, really just absolutely dumb to tell people, don't worry about keywords, is everything is based on search intent and topics. So if you don't have a keyword, how's YouTube going to know what your video is about? So I would stay very focused on 1 or 2 or 3 main keywords or keyword phrases for all your content forever. So if I didn't have the word skateboard in the glass skateboard video, how's YouTube going to know based on the search history of skateboarders? How will they know who to suggest your videos to, right? Keywords are absolutely important. But how to set up a skateboard the right way in 2023 isn't as important as you think. But the word skateboard and how to is a category. So it's very, very important. But don't get caught up in it. The way Roger became the most famous YouTube plumber in the world is because we did all the things. Live streams, how-to videos. I think if you type in how to fix your running toilet, he ranks #1 in the world. That's huge. But if he didn't do plumber reacts to crazy Russian plumbing, or, plumber tries horrible 5-minute craft videos, he wouldn't have gone viral. He wouldn't be big. It takes all the things. It takes the live streams and the shorts and all the types of content to create a holistic approach to YouTube. So the biggest SEO tool I use for Google or for YouTube is their own drop-down menu. So if you start typing something in on YouTube, it'll start auto-populating. That's actually what YouTube thinks is the most popular terms. Another thing you may want to do is in an incognito window search for your niche, what you're focusing on, to see what other people are doing. Make your own versions of that success. Don't necessarily copy them, but copy them. Let's be real. Understand your main core keywords, like the main focus keywords. I love Answer the Public. It has nothing to do with YouTube, but has anyone ever used Answer the Public in here? It is absolutely insane because you can quickly understand your whole universe of what, why, how, what everyone's doing. And yes, it does not apply to YouTube in any way, shape, or form, but it does apply to the psychological reasons why people are searching for something. Then what I do is I take that answer the public data and I put it on Google trends.google.com, but then I drop down the menu from web to YouTube. So now I'm applying answer the public information into YouTube specific information. So that's how I go from kind of non-YouTube to YouTube. Does that make sense? I worked at vidIQ for many years. It's about 3 million active monthly users. It's pretty much the biggest keyword tool for YouTubers. There's another one called TubeBuddy that's awesome as well. And you also use Social Blade. It allows you to kind of see what your competitors are doing, how many views and subscribers they get a month. YouTube analytics, again, I know you guys are all nerds in here, so analysis paralysis is probably the reason most of you have never created a YouTube channel in here. Right? Am I right? No one's going to admit it. That's all right. I forgive you. But, analysis paralysis, like I probably use all the tools you guys use from an SEO perspective in here, and they're awesome. I love the nerd side of this. But there's danger to that, right? If you focus on clickability, watchability, and likability, everything's going to be fine. If we get too detailed into the nerd here, we're going to forget. We're going to not see the forest through the trees. So be careful here. The most important thing is CTR click-through rate, your title and thumbnail, seeing the rate of clicks. I would say that's number one. Everything else is traffic sources. And on YouTube, if you have a win, double down. Austin has literally created the same video about 10 billion times. Once YouTube deems you worthy of getting millions of views on a video, keep on doing that same thing because they're like releasing traffic because of the history of success. YouTube deems you worthy of that subject. So you really click-through rate and traffic sources are the only two things I would focus on, quite honestly. Everything else is cool to see, but it's not really going to change your life. And there's a lot of misconceptions on making money. The number one way to make money on YouTube is to get them off of YouTube and go make them buy your product or service. The risk and problem with that is YouTube's going to it's going to harm your channel when you take people away. So they don't like session ends and they don't like you always constantly taking people away from your YouTube channel. But as everyone in here probably has to make money, you just have to find a balance. So I would say focus on making your own products and services. That's the number one way to make money. AdSense, I do have customers making 6+ figures a month, on the ads, but that's rare. Like the average person probably doesn't make $300-400 a month. So it's not a great income source. Can be if you have a lot of views. Affiliate marketing, obviously, and sponsorships are great, but owning your own products and services is probably going to be 10 times more valuable to everyone in this room. I do have a whole course. I'm not going to talk about that. And then creatorunlock.com/SOS is this whole sheet. Do you guys have any questions for me? Go ahead.
To what extent is YouTube, the algorithms able to understand the content in a video and audio without any text?
That's a good question. So how much does YouTube and Google understand a video? Every frame and every second they understand. I don't know if you guys have ever seen, there's this, anyways, I'm not going to get that nerdy, but every second, video, audio is checked. Every frame, every second. They know everything. Cloud Vision, has anyone ever played with that tool in here? The API? So Cloud Vision is, you can upload any like thumbnail or scene of a video and it'll actually tell you the emotions and colors and everything about if it's sexual or not. It'll literally tell you everything. We found we were having a customer not getting a lot of views, and we we're like, what's going on? The person on camera was wearing a skin color shirt, and they in YouTube, Google thought this person was nude. So like, it's way creepier. Everyone talks about how creepy TikTok is. Come on, Google, YouTube, Facebook, it's all creepy at this point. They know a lot. Anyone else? Hey. Uh-huh. I mean, I would say out of the 20 billion views my customers have, at least 10 plus billion of those just come from technical how-to videos. What I would argue, though, is make a better thumbnail and title, give a better emotional promise, really silly stuff that we all know, right, from a blog's perspective, but the best way, the easiest way, 5 tips, value people's time. And if you value people's time in the thumbnail and the title, the promise of time, that tends to work the best with something like that. So give someone an emotional reason to watch your technical video versus someone else's. Another thing, when I created Adobe Television like 2008 for Adobe, and we found that basically 60% of the time you're showing software, you're actually setting up a concept for software. You're not showing clicking a button. So if you're showing software, you want to show the person and the screen, the person and the screen. You want to switch between them. Again, nonverbal communication, right? So I would argue that a lot of videos that don't do great just have the screen, they don't have the person. Hey.
Kind of add on to that for longer videos, if appropriate, how important are timestamps for people who jump around?
So the question is, how important are timestamps? Timestamps is you can self-designate times in the videos so that they'll jump to. From an SEO perspective, I'm sure you guys have seen video snippets. It's pretty important. You can actually rank in Google for all of those timestamps. Pretty dang important. However, on the flip side, Google is so creepy now that they do auto timestamps for every video. Every single video has auto timestamps now. So if this audience, do timestamps. Everyone else, I would say, oh, don't worry about it. You don't know about SEO enough to make it effective. But this audience, do them. Anyone else? Hey, Tony.
Okay. What are you using for captioning today? And are you still recommending captioning for every single video?
So on long videos, I would not recommend captioning. And the reason is YouTube, Google's automated captioning system is actually good now. When I was working with Procter & Gamble like 10 years ago, there was a video that we let Google auto caption, and there was something like the word terrorist and bomb was in the captions, and we legit got a phone call from the government. They're like, what's going on? So back then I would say, no, let's not use auto captions. It's not a good idea. But now actually they're very good. For short vertical videos, I would highly recommend you always burn on the captions into the video itself, because most of these platforms like Facebook, 75-85% of the people don't even have audio turned on. So with short vertical videos, I use the app, believe it or not, it's called Captions. It's like $8 a month, and it's really cool. It has emojis and different colors, and it's really, really good. So Captions for vertical videos, and then I just use now, if you want better, rev.com is a really good source. Yeah, it's great. But if you guys are working with like a big brand, never use auto captions on YouTube, ever. But if you're just working with an average size company, I think they're fine. All right, anyone else?
We can take one more question.
Someone give me a good one. Hey. So the question is, do you post the same thing everywhere? And the answer is vertical video. I personally think, Austin might disagree with me, but I think if you make a great story, 15, 30-second story, you can put that on Facebook and Pinterest and YouTube and TikTok, and it's all the same, right? The only difference is you can't use native music. I mean, you have to use native music. So don't put any music on a vertical video ever. Use the native music's platform, or you'll have copyright problems. So on TikTok, the music's different than YouTube, than Instagram. So burn in the captions, use their native music, and yes, post it everywhere. There is a new function that just rolled out about 2 months ago on YouTube where you can take a long video and turn it into a short, and it references back to the long. This just happened pretty recently. All right, well, thank you guys. I'll be around till tomorrow. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right. So we've had a little bit of a schedule change. We're going to take a 5 to 10 minute break, and you're all going to come back in this room because Steve's going to come do his presentation to all of you. So take a break, run to the restroom, go smoke, whatever. I don't know. Does anybody smoke anymore? Go take a break and come on back. And remember, last thing to remember is your parking tickets. Make sure you pick up the validated one so you don't forget.
Y'all. Hi, y'all. We're going to go ahead and kick off. We're going to go ahead and kick off Steve's session. Steve Hammer is a Google Ads. Hey, y'all, we're going to go ahead and kick things off now. So, our speaker right now is Steve Hammer. Steve is a Google Ads, PPC, Google Tag Manager specialist, or expert, I should say. He is co-founder of RankHammer, which has recently hit his 10th year. So let's give it up a big hand for Steve and his subject, No One Wants to Write a White Paper.
Hey, y'all. Thanks so much for joining me today. I'm going to start off with a story. One of our clients, we were having a conversation with them. And the first thing they were saying to us, they're like, you know, you keep showing us all this great data about all this performance, but I'm not getting any leads out of this. And at the time we were using CallRail, you could have been using any popular call tracking software that's out there. And fortunately, this one recorded things. So I started listening to the calls. And I'm going to change the names a little bit to protect the innocent and the like. But so these guys targeted architecture firms. Get on the call and start listening to it. They were using a call screening service. And the gentleman on the call starts talking. He's like, hey, I've got some CAD drawings here. I'd like to submit this so you guys can do a quote for me. Can you connect me with a sales rep? Literally, those words come out of his mouth. There is no stronger buying signal in the world than for someone to say to you, I am ready for a quote. Connect me with a sales rep. And so this call screening service starts off the call. Okay, well, that's great. Let me get some information down first. How large is your company in millions of dollars? He's like, I want a sales rep. I'm ready to buy. Says those words on the phone. How many parking spaces would you say you need? It's in the CAD file. It's right there. And she keeps hammering through all of the things that were on her screener list. And while screening for a lead to make sure it's qualified is a phenomenal thing to do, blindly following it, it turns out, is not so great. Because after asking about 6 or 7 of these questions, the gentleman on the line said, you know what? I was comparing you to your 2 other competitors. Now I'm just going to compare those 2. Thanks, goodbye. And that was the end of it. So let alone did they not read the lead, they didn't even get the lead. Now, from my perspective, right, as a PPC, that was somebody that clicked on an ad, had a call that was longer than a minute, and then some. They looked like a wonderful lead to me. And however, unfortunately, to them, that didn't even get sent to a sales rep. So it didn't look like a lead at all to them. And as I listened to more and more of these calls, I realized how bad their call screening service was. It was horrible. And after having a conversation with my rep there, we started to dive into more and more of their sales processes and get into more and more of the stuff. And it started to really ignite a passion with me. Now, apparently, I'm sales. Sorry, I'm still a marketer at my core, but I had to get and learn how to do the sales process because of a client that I would have lost, quite frankly, if I didn't go to that next level and really push my way through. So I'm here to sales, finger guns are going. We are here to, what's it gonna take to put you in to that CRM system by the end of this. Now, who am I really? As mentioned in the beginning, my name is Steve Hammer. I am an insane foodie. I literally will plan the meals that I eat months and months in advance of any conference I'm going to. Any of you that know me know this is absolutely the case. And I just got back from a whole trip up the Eastern Seaboard, which was planned to the same level, including getting to do a bucket list restaurant for my birthday, which was Le Bernardin. Ask me about that later. I'm a parent of 3 children. This is one of them. That's my daughter, Veronica, who it has a bit of a spirit. They all play hockey, and I'm very passionate about hockey, both on the youth level and the professional level. Go Stars! And I'm not even supposed to be here today for those of you that get that joke. Just, hockey in general is a big thing. And then I run this firm called Rankhammer. And as mentioned, we do a lot of PPC, we do SEO, we do pretty much the full suite of digital marketing. And I have some pretty strong beliefs about the way we should do that in terms of being consultative, not executional. And that's one of the reasons that I took that level of going into the sales process so that I could understand it better. Because if I didn't do that, like I said, I would have lost a client if I just said, you know what, I delivered a click, that's my job, we're done here. That's been successful enough that we've managed to make 10 years this year, an accomplishment I am very, very proud of. As marketers, we have a tendency to look at things in a very particular way. We want to get leads into the database if we're in any sort of lead generation. That's what we do. That's our job. We're going to do, whether it's SEO, whether it's PPC, whether it's, social media marketing, the you name it, has one thing on focus. So what are we going to put out there to get someone to give them our email so that we can pound them relentlessly like we are a ruthless car dealer? What is it going to take? So that's where everyone's famous lead magnet starts to come in, the white paper. And I am here to guarantee to you that no one in the world woke up in the morning wanting to download a white paper for anything that they are doing. Period. It's never happened in the history of the universe. The problem with the white paper, while great in terms of demonstrating our technical capabilities or thought knowledge or anything like that, we gate the daylights out of them, we give them the information that they need, but at the end of the day, they don't really want to read it. They have a very simple thing that they want to accomplish. We get into this trap a lot. As marketers, it's not about the customer and what their problem is. It's really, did you see how awesome our stuff is? Here's this white paper. And why don't you tell me about how good the white paper is? Or anything else that we're doing, whether it's an infographic or you name it. We get extremely narcissistic about it. So it's not about them. It becomes about us. And that's bad marketing by definition. Any marketing that's just about us, not about them, is getting it wrong. And that creates a problem, in both ways. The real issue that a customer comes to us wanting to get a white paper that gives us their information is they have a problem they want to solve. And until we get the problem solution model, we're going to continue to have a problem where there's going to be a disconnect between what we want to offer them to get them in our database and what we're going to get from them in terms of what it is that we do. It's incredibly important for us to think as back to being good basic marketers and trying to solve their problem in the best way possible. And I guarantee it's not always a white paper. At the end of the day, we started talking to some of our customers that were using the standard lead magnet white paper thing. And the first call, I had the sales reps ask, did you read what you downloaded? Did you read it? Did you even open it? Less than half did. They were actually interested in going further along the process by that point. They'd done enough research on the company that they realized they were at least in the right zone to talk to somebody by the point that they downloaded the white paper, and that was the only way they could find to get the interest. Because, as a PPC, a great PPC, you don't give them anywhere else to go on the page. You make sure that they're going to fill out that form. That's the only choice they had. Less than half actually read the white paper, but were actually interested in being contacted. Give people that chance if they need it. Now, here's a few things about customer relationship management systems that I want to make sure that we're covering, both myths and truths, some of which are difficult. When you're implementing a system like this or doing anything with it, it's not going to fix stupid. If you have really, really bad products, you're just spending more money to promote bad products. If your business model's off, you're going to be able to sell those $20 bills for $15 that much faster. And that's not a good thing. So make sure before you even start thinking about how you'll manage post-lead clicks that you've got a good business model in the first place. I've seen that happen way too many times. Secondly, CRM systems can be daunting. This is Zoho, when you're onboarding from Zoho. If any of you guys have used Zoho, that's supposed to be, the ho in that is home office. Home office. That's scary as hell. There's like 50 modules that you can potentially have to do, and it's supposed to theoretically be for small businesses. It is a daunting thing. I will say the onboarding systems have gotten a lot better than when I first started doing this, but at the end of the day, implementing a CRM in any way, shape, or form, or transforming yourself from one to the other, it's an effort. So I'm not going to sugarcoat that at all. Secondly, I swear these people do not speak English that are selling CRM systems. They do the best buzzword bingo I have ever seen. I'm going to just quickly, y'all in the back probably can't see this. Empower your sales teams with AI-driven insights and tailored recommendations so that they can leverage best practices to increase revenue. Is that English? That's not English. I'm pretty sure it's not. That's from Salesforce, the biggest and the baddest and the smartest in the industry theoretically, like 25% of the market space, and that's not English. It is so full, so ripe and full of buzzwords, things that these people have made it. It's very difficult to compare feature sets from one another. And I swear, as you look at the menus, like I was looking at Salesforce menu, I don't think I put it on here. I can't remember if I did or not. No, everything that they even call things, sales enablement, and these are not words that I use to describe things. It's, you know, as an SEO, I look at those things, and it's all too cute by half. It's like more than like too cute by 3/4. It's so far gone. I'm like, I have to like think for 5 minutes if do I want sales enablement or lead empowerment, or just could we work with something that makes sense? And this is the way the sales team is going to look at implementing any CRM system that you do. So once we get past all of these things, they are going to think it exists for one reason: to track them and all the activities that they're doing. Because 9 times out of 10, that's why it gets done and why it gets installed in the first place. Is my sales team being efficient or not? Gets answered by CRM systems. So there's a lot of natural opposition within sales teams to implementing CRM systems. You got to get over that. Here's the other part of the reality, though. That starts at 2014, ends at 2025 at this end. CRM is a massively growing industry. It's not going away. At the end of the day, over 10 years, we're going to sell, there's going to be 4 times as many CRM implementations as there are right now, assuming everything's priced the same. It's a massive thing, and it's in all sorts of industries, including really small ones. My tiny agency uses a small CRM system. Guess what? And it really helps me be able to sell to people so that I understand what's going on. It's a way that if any of your clients or any of your folks are not on it, it's time to get on it because it's not going away. CRM at the core is a business operating system. And if you do it right, it can become the center of your entire hub of your front-end sales process. And I'm going to go through some details of exactly how that happens. It can do some really, really powerful things and become your system of record even beyond what we used to use in GA or other things like that. By the way, that means no GA4, you're welcome. Here's a piece of modern reality. There's 2 things that have been going on since COVID in a very big way. And especially cloud-based CRM systems are great at getting around these problems. The first, people are more mobile than ever in terms of jobs. They quit a lot, in a hurry, with no notice. In the old world, that would happen. You'd have a few weeks to transition to a new employee. That new employee may be anywhere in the United States, or it may be that you can't even find somebody to replace them for several weeks, and you've just lost your opportunity to transition all of that sales team's institutional knowledge, that salesperson's institutional knowledge, to the next person. That's a big deal. CRM fixes that. because it's a permanent record of everything that's gone on, regardless of whether the rep still works for you or not. Second thing, remote work. It's entirely possible that you may have sales reps working, one in New York, one in San Francisco, one in Dallas, one in Montana. And as you pass things back and forth for people that are specialized in certain areas, it's in a remote work sort of situation, it's much harder to do. Having a cloud-based CRM sort of system, again, solves that problem because it's a centralized repository. You can get this sort of information, and a lot of the examples I'm going to be using are HubSpot. Obviously, there's a ton of these. I'm not selling HubSpot by any stretch, but it's an easy one to see, and a lot of us have access to it, and there's a free version too. You get this sort of thing where multiple sales reps can be contacting with somebody, get the full list of what's going on in the system, no matter where they are, which is great for following up with folks and making sure that you know what's going on, and that somebody who bounces into the middle of this doesn't have to relearn. You don't have to have that 30-minute meeting just to tell them everything that you've discussed in the past. It's a fantastic sort of experience. There's a reason, a very big reason, that Salesforce paid, a few $1 billion to buy Slack. It's so they can integrate this sort of tracking into Slack directly without having, to go off of, information, and you could have basically one platform. It goes back to that operating system where everything this becomes the hub for everything to go into. Slack is a part of that. So if you can track your Slack conversations without having to go to somewhere else, it's a fantastic tool. CRM unlocks two things at its core, if you're doing it right. The first is reporting. The second thing is automation. Your Salesforce is going to hate the reporting until they really get into it, and they're going to love the automation. So if you're implementing one of these for the first time or transitioning into a better one, sell the automation. But we'll talk about both. It's not just this. This is a standard report that you get out of HubSpot, and I'm sorry, it's small. View the number of calls, meetings, tasks, notes, and emails of each of your reps or teams as logged or sent. See who has the highest recorded activities. Yeah, reps don't like that. Reps don't like that at all, nor should they. No one wants that level. And what you can't tell is this, there are only 15 activities there on Wednesday, but they're almost all calls. And those calls may have been 2-hour calls. It doesn't tell you that. So, your rep will push back with that, and they should, frankly. You don't want to be these guys when you're implementing the system. So, how many calls would you say you did this week? They already know the answer. Don't do that. This is the power of what you can potentially do, is look at your funnel and break it down into every sort of way that you want to do in terms of what the life cycle is, and look at their net conversion into a process. And then you can continue this down into evangelists, people that have told other people about your company, or break into marketing qualified leads and sales qualified leads into various categories. So I'll have an example that I like better than this one, but this one had data, so that's what you get. You can break this into as many steps as you want. So, you're getting 36% conversion into your marketing qualified leads. That's is that a good thing or a bad thing? Compare things over time. These are powerful. And if there's one thing that when you start doing marketing, especially for a new SaaS sort of company, the first people that they get are people that they know or found out about them, or we're at a conference and they've already had conversations, so they're already prepped. Versus the folks that come in later from more outbound types of marketing, they're going to take a lot longer to convert. They're going to go through a lot more steps as the process goes in. So your ability to compare and look at those by channel, it's all there. It's all in that system. And I more and more have started advocating that at the end of the day, I'd rather take reporting out of my CRM system that's going to give me all the data that's not only where did it come from, but did it convert to an actual sale, than the kind of data we get out of Google Analytics or PPC, where it's just, did we get them to fill out the form and make a checkbox in the lead form of things? It's not enough anymore. We need to take it to the full level of things. If we're doing it right, we can also use the information of the people we didn't sell to guide our product development. Real customer data right here. We got disqualified or lost some of these things, but why did we lose them? The customers that tell us if we start popping that information into things, well, it doesn't support HIPAA. So I know I can't sell to medical units until that, and I see that over and over again. I guess it's probably time to develop a HIPAA thing. And that reporting is there no matter what the rep is, no matter no matter what they're seeing. And they may not see it as a pattern unless you put it all together. You got 10 sales reps, one out of 5 ends up losing deals because of HIPAA. They see that as 1 out of the 5 lost it, but that's across everybody. All of a sudden, that's 10 deals you lost because of it, because every single rep had the same sort of thing, and they're not going to see the pattern unless you put it together like this. It's great data that feeds back into the system in a way that gives you a chance to guide future product development and see what you've missed. Your channel performance isn't just to leads, and that's important. Your channel performance can be to who actually was a marketing qualified lead, who was a sales qualified lead, how much revenue did we get out of this? You can go to as deep a level in most of these things as you want, especially if you're feeding that data back in. You'll notice I say feeding that data back in over and over again. If there's one failure that ends up happening in CRM systems, it's that you don't put all your data into it. If you don't put it's just we won, that's great. But if we won for this much per month, or we won for this much per year, or this much of a project, that's way better data for the system. And believe me, it's exciting to hit the 1. But if you fill in the rest of the information, it's way more useful for everybody. So getting people to comply in terms of putting all their data in is key. And again, you can compare these things over time in terms of what things are getting. Is organic search performing as well as we think it is in terms of leads? We can see the traffic, that's one thing, but what leads are we getting out of it, and are those leads converting or not is a huge factor. We can also compare what we estimate we're going to get to what we actually get. Any sort of report you can think of, it's really easy to build custom reports in these systems. This is a super example of one. How long did it take to close? What's the average closed amount, and how much was the total close? And you can see trends really quickly over time. The blue here is the average closed amount. So they're starting to close bigger deals. That's huge for a company. Even though the total number is not going up, you can see a change in the strategy literally right here, where they started to go from, okay, we're just gonna take what we can get, to we're gonna push for the bigger ones and see what happens. In those last 3 months, everything ends up going off way better, even though they had to sacrifice a couple months in the process. That's literally the change in strategy that's going on with this company, illustrated in graph form. This sort of data is not only powerful to your sales team, it's hugely powerful to your marketing team, because now you can see what the segmentation is for some of these folks and what they're doing, who's converting now, and how can I target them better. Traditional analytics has a problem. And CRM type of analytics are a little bit different. Traditional analytics stands at one point and watches the people go by. Right? This is my homepage, and they went on to that page over there. And there's not necessarily a connection between the person that was on that homepage and then went to the second page, where there's another observer over here on the second page looking for what's going on here, and said, okay, they came from the homepage, and then they went off to that third page. CRM tracking is a lot more like the annoying Best Buy salesman that follows you around. Are you ready? Are you ready to buy now? Do you need help? Is there anything I can do to help you out? Are you sure there's nothing I can do to help you out? Because I get paid by helping you out, and I'd really like to help you out. And then you come in the next day and they're like, hey, you were in here yesterday, and I tried to help you out then. Are you ready to be helped out now? CRM follows people around. And most systems place a cookie right away. As long as people are using the same device, if they convert on a third or fourth visit, you'll actually start to populate the information for their first and second visit, or however long your cookie persistence is. So what that means is that following around that annoying Best Buy individual saw where they actually came in from, rather than just sort of looking as they come by. Yes, traditional analytics sets cookies too, and you can do some level of this, but it's way more detailed here. And that's a real power of the analytics, because it's focused on what individuals do. Bad news, will this persist forever? Will tracking cookies and the lack thereof kill this? I don't know, but at least as it is right now, it's pretty awesome. The original source of people that came in and the quality of what they do is something you can really build out. One of the things I love compared to Data Studio or anything like it, when I'm building up a GA4 dashboard, I do it in Data Studio. These things are updated as you're making changes, at least on HubSpot. So if I start putting count of contacts and original source, I'm seeing my data in real time adjust itself. I can ask and answer, bless you, a lot of the same questions that I would want to find my way through, put my comparisons in there and see it happen immediately, rather than having to save and go back out and actually do what I wanted to do. No, it didn't, let me try it again. As somebody who is way more of a poke and prod kind of individual, this is phenomenal. Also, again, particularly based in HubSpot, there's a whole series of reports that are already built in based upon the question that you're asking. And that's the way that they build them out. And I think it's hugely helpful, especially for smaller businesses, to what are the content pieces that, this is the literal question that's in their pre-built reports. What are the content pieces that are delivering me the most leads? That's the way upper management would ask the question, right? And then we as data analysts have to kind of figure out what that means and how to put that together. Well, guess what? That's built in. They have the question, you push the button and you're done. The other thing that can really be done with these, which is awesome, is dynamic lists. So dynamic lists allow you to segment based upon people coming in and out of things over time. So you could, for example, segment one of these based upon, say, 10 page views in the last 30 days. So who's really active on your site and what are they doing? And can I see if that activity on the site is converting them into to leads or other things that are like that? If you build up those active lists, they repopulate. So somebody that goes from 10 page views in the last 30 days that had a real burst of activity, 30 days later, they roll off, they're not on the list anymore. Somebody that maybe just keeps poking around every couple of days is going to eventually find their way onto the list, even though they weren't there originally. And that gives you that opportunity to really be able to analyze and figure out what it is that they're doing, and again, whatever the objective is that they might be converting into for powerful things. So this is a model that I tend to find useful, and whenever possible, I try to implement this. Most people right now are thinking in terms of sales qualified leads and marketing qualified leads and all that kind of good stuff. But this is how I qualify those leads, to figure out where they make sense. It's called the BANT model, for those of you that may have not have heard of it. My banter. BANT stands for budget. How much money do they have for this project? Is it something that's going to make sense? Can we fit it in? And it's important, I think, in a lot of cases, to not only understand if they have the amount of money that you need, but what percentage of their business is that. The person that's going to spend, $2,000 a month with you on something, but it's 20% of their revenue, is going to be a very different person than the person that's going to spend even 5 times that, but it's only 1% of their revenue. So qualifying based upon that is one very powerful thing. Second, is the person you're talking to have the authority to make decisions on this? That's the A. Are they the boss? Are they the decision maker? Are they the influencer? And who do you need to get in the room to make sure that you're able to make this decision? Again, on a smaller business, they may be the chief bottle washer and the CEO. On a larger business, you may have to go through 13 layers and make 14 meetings before that happens. And what are their needs? What are their goals? What are they trying to accomplish with what it is that they're doing? These are all things, by the way, to put in the CRM system as custom fields, and no matter what, if your sales rep leads, you'll have this information. Why are they doing this whole project? Why are they contacting you? And is there a fit? That'll help you scale and know what it is to tell them about your product or process or whatever else. And then time. What's the timeline? Are they in a hurry? Are they not in a hurry? Are they evaluating 50 people or are they evaluating one? If you get all this information, that's a great way to qualify and know that lead has that information. And if you encourage your sales reps to start baking these sort of questions in to the CRM system, you can start pulling that data out to see, okay, well, in large budget projects, we don't do as well. In hurried up projects, we do great. In those sorts of things in terms of what the qualifying factors are. You can start pulling data quite like this. And again, while life cycle stage isn't the way I would want it to be, this is a good example of how much context sometimes you have to have with somebody before they convert. Nectaros down there has been contacted 107 times, has been on the site 214 times, 388 page views. He's been a little bit involved with this decision, but guess what? He's a customer. So at the end of the day, if he's super involved, that's not a bad thing. This leads into lead scoring and other things that can be done along that line, which I frankly probably don't have time to do. But the more involved people are, the more likely it is that they're going to convert to a customer. You can start to break down what that actual line is when they're likely to be involved by looking at data like this. Same by putting the banter data in there or other things that are along that line. It's a really powerful way to kind of come back at what it actually takes. Most people say that a large scale or at least a decent scale purchase for a decent sized company, meaning in the tens of millions of dollars, takes 8 to 10 people to make that decision. It can take hundreds of visits. Nectaros down there is not an unusual dude, even though it seems like it in this space. And one of the beautiful things is I know it's Nectaros every time he comes because of the way the CRM system works. That's, again, a very powerful thing, and you know who it is that you're talking to. That data is unbelievably invaluable. And again, you can assign tasks straight out of this. So if you need the sales engineer or you need somebody who's way more technical to answer a question than your sales rep, it can be assigned directly out of the CRM system to the next person that might be involved. An entire record of all of the potential contacts and other things that you've done, you can actually see if you're using the CRM system as your email system, which you should, what you sent them, and be able to break that up because of it. Now, one of the more powerful things, anybody get this? Anybody know who this is? Anybody? Is anybody old enough and punk enough to know this? Fishbone. This is Fishbone. Fishbones are the key to making all of this happen, especially when it comes to automation. So as we start to learn our way through, I knew no one would get that. There's a T-shirt in the back that the one dude is wearing that's the Fishbone logo. But other than that, yeah, it's worth a shot. We can take the information that they give us and do something with us and start to break that into where they follow. This is a competitor of one of our clients, which does this better than my client, so I use theirs. If you have an industry page and they click on aerospace and defense, they just told you some very, very valuable information that you should be using. Even if they haven't necessarily converted yet, when they make that conversion, even if it's on a generic page, they've told you they're in the aerospace and defense industry. They've told you they're in the education industry. So now you can tailor your offering enough by looking at what they've actually done on your site to give them the right case study, to give them the right information, to give them the right application of what it is that you're doing. Use it and build up these sort of diagrams. Okay, they clicked on aerospace, so I'm putting them in the aerospace dynamic group because of that. And the first thing I'm going to do when they convert is I'm going to send them a testing case because that's the most likely one. I don't know that they're into testing, but I'm going to make a guess. And it's going to be a testing case that's based upon the fact that it's an aerospace sort of thing. So it's going to relate exactly what it is. Now, if they click on that and they download it, I'm going to show them the product at that point that is my testing product for aerospace and just keep them walking down the path that they need to go. If they didn't even open it, I probably sent them the wrong thing. They're not looking for testing. Let's try an ROI-based case and how we can save money or do something along that line. Or if they opened it but didn't download it, maybe I was wrong about them being in the aerospace industry, and I'll try another testing case that's outside. These diagrams can get massively complicated, which is why they look like fish bones when you get right down to it. But building these sort of flowcharts and then sending them into separate patterns is, again, one of the keys. This is the part that is really powerful for your sales team at the end of the day, because they don't have to think about any of this. At some point of it, they're going to get to the point where they get sent the 5500 product, and they're going to say, schedule a demo, and that's when the sales team has to get involved. All that lead qualification can basically be done by automation. Unfortunately, this gets abused, and you can see it in your own inboxes, I'm sure. Hey, I was talking to my boss and thought that you might be interested in that. That's all based out of this kind of same crappy automation, but it's done without actually knowing what your customer wants or if they even ever want to hear from you. Thanks, spammers. That's the way that works. It's the same thing, but this is smart and based upon what your audience is actually doing. And the more information you get out of your users, the more you can tell. So if you know that they're in aerospace, you can add them to this workflow no matter what ends up occurring. Whether it's clicking on that, whether it's clicking on an email, whether it's a conversation with a sales rep, you can start adding them into these various flows and various points in the fishbone regardless of where they end up. This is a real example in the middle of one of them. They do something, you delay for an hour, then you send them an email, you wait an hour and see, did they book a demo out of that? If they did, then you follow this other thing, you make sure that they fill out a form so you're ready and you do the right thing in the demo. If they didn't, then you bug them again and work your way down. And then it continues like for all kinds of potentials that can go into that space. This is the automation and one of the most beautiful things about any good CRM system. If you care and you know your audience well enough that you can do the same things over and over again, do it with automation rather than doing it manually. I usually like to ask the sales reps, what do you do 3 times a day? Then what do you do 2 times a day? What do you do every week? And start automating based upon that. In other words, the things that they're doing quite frequently, I send a follow-up email a day after. Okay, well, let me just automate that. You can do that. If they put in the call that they had that, you can say, had a call, time delay, 1 week, follow-up, meeting request, blah. It's all possible within these systems. And those dynamic lists, again, back to the reporting, can be used here. So as people fall in and fall out, they can find their way through it. It's very powerful. Now, one of the other cool things you can do within this is augment it by external tools. This is an external tool I happen to like very, very much. This is a tool called Lead Feeder. Their site sucks. It's terrible. Like it doesn't tell you anything. Back to that buzzword bingo of like, please tell me what it is that you do in common language and how it makes sense. Here's the reality of what these guys do. They're pairing up the IP addresses of visitors to the site, and then they're looking at their own database of references because with an IP address, you know what company it came from. They're looking at do they have information about this? Do they have what size is the company? All those sorts of things, and they give that to you before they convert. That's an amazingly powerful thing, and particularly when you see, and they also give it lead scoring right within the system to tell you they had 2 visitors. It's not just one guy from the company that came, it's 2. So that tells you that maybe somebody was looking at something, passed it along to their boss, and then they went to look at it. That's way more valuable than somebody who just came once. And maybe that person visited 8 pages. But when you have 2 different visitors or 3 different visitors or 5 different visitors from a company, it tells you a completely different thing about what they're doing on your site. And again, as HubSpot or any other thing that's integrated with it starts to get it, they go from person 1 to whomever to Ted or whoever that person was as it fills out that information. This is fantastic for account-based marketing. If you happen to know and have a number of target clients that you're going after, you put them into this system and you know when they came. So now you can start following up or pushing on them, even if they didn't, fill out that lead form or do anything along that line. And that's, again, a really powerful notion of a way to look at things. You can also push these, even if they don't convert, into HubSpot, so you can start tracking the activity of these companies before they convert. Are they constantly active on your site or are they not? Even if it's a number of people that are doing it. Remember that 8 to 10 people before a major decision is made. You may need that many to make that conversion set. And this can tell you that even if they never download a white paper, even if they never fill in your lead magnet. And by the way, in many cases, this is a small company, so they wouldn't have it. But in large companies, they may have some contact information. You can dial these guys up directly. Start bugging them. Well, no one loves that. Sorry, we got to sell things sometimes. We can't just sit back and wait for things to happen. Yeah. Lead feeder. And they also send you this email, which I love getting. We identified these companies. Here's the first 3 companies we identified that had the most activity. It's not terribly expensive. And again, it integrates. This takes what the core power of that CRM system was able to deliver and now pushes the next thing into it before they converted. They didn't have to download the stupid white paper that they didn't want anyway. Hard to beat that. Big fan of these guys. You can also use your CRM system after the sale, and I highly recommend this. One of my clients uses it as a ticketing system for all the requests that they have for maintenance. And while I had to block out what they were actually doing for this, you can see if you have a bunch of things in one category that's constantly a ticket, maybe you need to fix something on your product. Again, this data feeds back into where you're getting common requests. Categorize these things, get the data, and then process it back so that you know what you're doing. Also, it can tell you whether that customer is profitable or not, because if they're constantly pestering you for little fixes here and there, they may not be profitable at the end of the day. And you can see that this one, XYZ company used so much of your resources that even though they were a 5-figure a month client, they ended up being unprofitable because you had to do so much extra work for them. So in summary, real quick, CRM, that's how you get things to happen after the lead. In today's world, unfortunately, we're losing control in PPC. We're responsible for understanding how AI is going to affect our SEO. All of these other things, we have less control than ever. And we can't be the ones anymore that just say, I delivered you the lead, I'm done. We need to, if we're going to be effective business consultants, we actually need to take it to the next level and take it as far as the business needs to go. And particularly with lead generation, this can be really powerful. Cloud is an anywhere, anytime power. Most good CRM systems are way better than an Excel database or other crappy systems that we use, and it allows for the remote ephemeral workforce to be solved for, which is a huge thing. The data unlock can power our product management, it can power our marketing decisions, it can feed audiences back into PPC or social media marketing or anything else that's out there. But the real power is also obviously in the custom reports. Asking the basic questions and having people help out with that is amazing. It's one of the things, and I'm not pimping myself in this regard mostly, having someone that knows their way around the system that can build up custom reports for you is a really powerful thing. It's worth doing, simple as that. Same for automation. The real power of this is getting your sales reps so that they don't have to do the mundane shit they don't like to do anyway. It's giving them the power to get to the point where they can be on the phone call, give them the finger guns, and actually make the sale rather than having to constantly do and remember to do follow-ups. And by the way, with the information that's in there, if it's used religiously, Like you can enter people's birthdays, you can enter what their wife's name is, you can enter, what their pet's name is, what their children, if they're into hockey, all that information. So if all of a sudden, you know, Sally leaves your team and Ted has to pick it up, Ted doesn't have to have all those conversations again. If you want to send him a birthday card, it's right there to do. And like I said, it augments, but it opens up marketing opportunities you can't get at otherwise. If people don't convert, it's always been the biggest problem. How do I know that Chase Bank was interested in me if they don't download my stupid white paper because they didn't need it? Well, you get something like Lead Feeder, and there's dozens of things like that. It can give you that opportunity to know, okay, Chase was interested. They just didn't convert. I didn't give them the right interesting thing to do so. So let me see if I can follow up and make that happen. So I do want to thank you guys for your time. I appreciate being here. It's always a real honor, and I'll leave some time for some questions.
Thank you, Steve. We have time for 2 questions. So if you'll raise your hand, I will come to you with a mic. Okay, got one over to you.
Okay, so do you actually build out these flow maps in terms of first touch, second touch, and testing and all of that? And if so, what platform do you use? Do you do it for all of your clients?
Yeah, at least for us, we use either like a Gitmind sort of thing, or what's the other one? Lucid, yeah, Lucid's great for it. Needless to say, I've been using Gitmind more, but both do basically the same thing. Those are great because obviously they get big really fast, and allow you to dig into those. And usually, as you can see from that was a Lucid one, I think. If you start with the dash lines and you have some consistent nomenclature, you'll know you're launching into another part of the fishbone where you can get at things. So definitely those sorts of tools are great. Trying to build them in any conventional software, like trying to build them out of an Excel or a PowerPoint sort of thing, they can't handle it. It's way too big for that. We've also used Balsamiq to do basically the same thing. Any of those seem to work. Balsamiq I don't use as much because it's not cloud-based anymore.
So do you have to audit their websites to see what content they have available to them before you build that?
Absolutely. That's one of the keys of understanding what it is, but we're also suggesting what it is that they might need to build in. Very too few of initial clients when we're doing a consultation have the choose your own adventure sort of thing that I like to say. Let people pick their industry. If they want to give you that data, take it. And so they don't have that necessarily built out, or they break their product lines by product, not by the problem that they're solving. So it's not in a networking sort of thing, like routing versus backbone versus that sort of thing. So if you break it in, it's versus software versus testing versus that sort of thing. So we usually have to build in where there's stuff missing very often. I don't have any socks to throw. Sorry. You definitely don't want mine. They were wet earlier when I was walking over.
I currently work at an employment agency. Well, I see this like basically on the B2C side. I work more B2B. And I was wondering if there's like do you know of any integration with applicant tracking systems as of right now? Because I can see how this could be used for some of our clients to pretty much track like leads and follow up with them a whole lot easier than what they're doing through their current ATSs.
Interesting. No, I don't know that specific application. My guess would be that there would be something out there. If not, it would be something that would be very possible to do in terms of either a Zapier type of integration where you're pushing out to something else, or within the system itself, depending. You can have multiple users with all these sorts of things. So sometimes with just very limited views or very, you can be the central hub. If you had Cisco and Chase, Cisco would only see Cisco, Chase would only see Chase, kind of thing, just based on the permissioning. So you could even build that within your own silo if you needed to. It's a cool idea, no doubt about it. I would say most systems probably have something, but it may take a Salesforce-y type of, sorry, every time I say that, there's a little back in my throat there. Salesforce is a Ferrari, but if you've ever driven a Ferrari, you know why I say that. It's huge and it's beautiful and it's gorgeous and it can do everything you can ever imagine, and driving it on the road is impossible. But it's also got tons of integrations like that.
This is The Jeff Crilly Show. I think we've all found ourselves falling into the trap of if only I was born into a different family, if only I had a different circumstance. But my guest today, Nick Vujicic, did I do that right?
You did it perfectly, Jeff.
I've been practicing this because I've been so nervous to interview him. He's so inspirational. He's
Okay.
Really, what is the word I'm looking for? Spacey?
Oh my goodness, I don't know if I knew that.
Well, so we can record it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, turn it down a little bit. We're buzzing. You might be buzzing too, dude. That's better. Come in here, let me know. God,
Alright. We good?
we're good. You want me to introduce him?
Yeah.
I'm sure you can. I'm sure they can hear, right? The mic is right there.
Yeah. Just yell really loud.
Tell everybody that we're limiting it to 3 standing ovations because anything more than that is just.
Can we do the wave? Come on, Jenna. That's funny. Hey, he's a Cowboys fan. Were you there yesterday?
This is happening.
Wait, no, we gotta stop it.
The wave is just.
Woo! That's a way to start. See what everybody's missing out on?
Right.
The wave. The Cowboys won. That's
The
what we
water
were
starts
doing, right?
receding, right?
Yeah. All right. Well, I'm excited to introduce Mr. Jeff Curley, good friend for a long, long time. I used to sit at his table many, many years, 2007 actually, collect money for what was it? Movie. What's it
Studio
called?
Movie Grill.
Yeah, the Studio Movie Grill, and we've been good friends ever since.
Long
Well, I
time.
say good friends, but long time friends, and actually became one of my customers back in
That's
the
right.
day, and I was then one of your customers
That's right.
twice, and had your crews come out to the garage door company, do all those videos. That's how I got hooked on videos, and I'm just excited for him to be
Thank
here
you.
and share with us at a roundtable discussion. I think it's very different what we're going to do, but I know you're going to learn a lot. I've learned a lot, and here we go.
Thank you, Chris. I'm kind of glad that it's intimate like this. I mean, I believe the people who are here are supposed to be here, and it wasn't supposed to be 100 people. It was supposed to be the people right here, right now. So I was a TV reporter for 25 years, Lansing, Omaha, Minneapolis, Dallas. I loved the news business, never thought about leaving the news business. I wrote a book in 2002 while still a TV reporter. It was called Free Publicity, A TV Reporter Shares the Secrets for Getting Covered on the News. So it was a little do-it-yourself PR book, never intended to leave TV news. And I started this blistering pace of 300 speeches a year for 6 straight years. Breakfast speech, lunch speech, go to work at Fox 4. Breakfast speech, lunch speech, go to work at Fox 4. I sold 70,000 copies of a little $10 book, and my business was born because it's a do-it-yourself book. So people are trying to hire me. They're like, I can buy your little $10 book, but I'm not going to call Fox or CNN. Can I just hire you? I'd say, no, I can't take your money. I'm on TV. I'll just give you free advice. So I'd give them free advice, and next thing you know, they'd say, Curly, do you get the Sunday Dallas Morning News? Go out and go in your driveway and see who's on the front page of the Sunday Dallas Morning News. And I'd see somebody that I'd give them free advice to, and I'm like, I'm pretty good at this PR stuff. Better than all the people who are pitching me stories, right? And so in 2008, after 25 years in the news business, I asked my wife's permission to quit, and I quit, and I started my company in my home. So, so we don't need AV for this. I'll just show you. So I'm going to show you my very first client. So we're a traditional PR firm where we get people on Fox and CNN and the Wall Street Journal. And so I'll show you my very first client. So this guy was paying me $3,000 a month to get him on the news. I didn't know anything about running a PR firm, but I always knew how to get people on the news. It's easy. I'm a news guy. You know, I know what the media is thinking. So this is my first client.
Right now, there's a lot more questions than answers. Clint David is a Dallas attorney. Dallas attorney Clint David. He's attorney Clint David. Lawyer Clinton David says the landmark ruling could have a major impact in Dallas. It completely changes how the.
So I'm going to pot this down and tell you about it. So I'm a pleaser. My father's a minister. I'm a middle child. My love language is words of affirmation. So this guy was over the top with the praise. He was like, Jeff Greeley, you're a rock star. What did I do all my life without you? And so I just kind of woke up every morning thinking, how am I going to get him on TV today? I got him on Channel 8 and Channel 11 yesterday. Let me just get him on Channel 4 and Channel 5 today. Why not? You know, I'm kind of anxious to show off. And so I just watched the local news, and I'd see a colleague of mine at the courthouse, I'd see there's a gag order in this case. That means they need a legal opinion. And so I just call up my old colleague. I say, hey, Sean, it's Crilly. What's going on, Crilly? What's going on? I said, hey, not much, man. I'm gonna be your new best friend. How are you going to be my new best friend? So I see there's a gag order in your Don Hill trial. You probably need a legal opinion. Yeah, who do you got? Clint David. Oh, yeah, we love Clint. Have him come down to the courthouse. We'll put your boy on TV. So lather, rinse, repeat. He gets good at talking on local news, so I introduced him to my friends at Fox News National. And then twice a week, they'd send a town car to his office, and he'd talk live to the nation on Fox News. So I knew I was racking up a lot of like baskets, if you will, getting him on the news all the time, but I didn't realize how many I had gotten him until he fired me. So into the first year, he says, "Hey Jeff, I've got good news and bad news." And I'm thinking to myself, what could possibly be the bad news? I mean, I'm working harder for this guy than anybody I could possibly work for. And I said, "So what's the good news? Let's start with the good news." He says, "Dude, you got me 500 media placements last year, 500. Probably could have been 700, but I had a firm to run, had to turn some down." I'm like, "What's the bad news?" He says, "Dude, I don't need you anymore. They call me direct." And I'm such a pleaser, I didn't even hear I got fired. I heard the opposite. I mean, what PR firm gets let go because they did too good a job? So I said, "Man, I want to hear that every day for the rest of my life." So the only way to hear that every day for the rest of my life is to take on clients that I can make deliriously happy. And my version of deliriously happy is 30 placements in 30 days. I've actually discovered that anything more than 30 and the client starts to get annoyed with you. Like, stop it. Keep me off the news. So I have clients that will text me over the weekend. They'll say, "Keep me off the news Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Put me on the news Wednesday, Thursday, Friday." How am I able to do it? And we're about to get to podcasting. I started this labor of love in 2008, November of 2008. I said, the media needs story ideas. What if I just woke up every morning and started creating story ideas for the Dallas media? So I started with 300 journalists in Dallas that I spammed. Over the course of about a month, I spammed 300 journalists. And I started sending out a tip sheet. This is today's tip sheet. So it's, here are stories that you can do in any market in the country. This is a story about how we're getting hit with like a tridemic. So the flu, there's a respiratory, right? Okay. So in my daily newsletter, which now goes out to 27,000 journalists, I just spammed 26,000 journalists over the last 14 years. I haven't missed a day in 14 years, not Christmas Day, not New Year's Day for 14 years.
No, really?
Yeah. So it's become a thing. It's a tip sheet in the business. Well, when you start spamming people 14 years ago, those are young journalists that were reading me in Chattanooga. But what happens if you've been in the business for 14 years? You move from Chattanooga to WG in Chicago, and now you're at the Today Show. So my contacts got older and more valuable. And so this is a very complicated document. It takes me about 2 hours to do, but I'm putting the source and their phone number out to the media. The reason that's important is the media hates PR firms. I used to hate them. I was one. Why? Because the PR firm is trying to be in the middle. So like they would write a press release for you. They would insist on being in the middle. And journalists do the math. They're like, "Oh, wait a minute. I'm going to have to call this PR firm that may or may not call me back. And then they're going to call you. This could take 5 hours. Let me just call that professor at SMU who always answers his phone." So we now have 160 clients on retainer. The largest is Walmart. The smallest is an author at home. About 40 or so pay us to get them on the news. The other 120 or so we do podcasts for. And that's what this session is about. My daughter convinced us to get into podcasting. My daughter's my vice president. She's 32 now, but when she was 28, she says, "Daddy, we need to start to get into podcasting." And I laughed at her and I said, "Who listens to podcasts?" She says, "My generation dad's dad. All those kids jogging on a Katy trail are not listening to music. They're listening to podcasts." Chris, can you get me some water? Yeah. Thank you. Doesn't have to be anything fancy. So I gave her my credit card. I said, "Don't go crazy." And so she spends $2,000 on little GoPros, nothing fancy. There was no lighting, so we all look like this with the raccoon eyes. But I discovered that people are hams. So
Explain.
I kind of, in addition to doing my daily emails, I give tours. So I was giving tours in our modest PR. So when we started this PR or this podcast division, we had 2,200 square feet. We now have 8,000 square feet of studios. But in this 2,200 square feet office, there was one little room, no bigger than this table, where we did podcasts. So I would do tours of our PR firm, and I would point to the television set on the wall. I'd say, we can get you on Fox, we can get you on CNN. They'd say, you got like a radio studio? I said, yeah, we got a little radio studio. We can get you on Fox, we can get you on. And they're like, no, let me see your radio studio. And so I taught my producers how to do the puppy dog close. So the puppy dog close is, here, little girl, please pet this puppy dog. And pretty soon it's, daddy, buy me this puppy dog. So at this time, did you come see our early podcasts with the headphones and stuff? So we had headphones, and when you hear yourself, perfect audio, it's kind of intoxicating. Like if you hear yourself in headphones, yeah, it's like, wow, I've never heard my voice that rich. So I would sit them down and I'd say, okay, yeah, we have podcasts. If you were to do a podcast show, what would your podcast be about? He says, oh, I don't know. So you're a lawyer, you want to talk about law? He says, no, I hate the law. I said, okay, what are you passionate about? I love classic cars. I was like, cool. How about let's do a car show? Yeah, okay, cool. What should we call the show? He says, I don't care. I said, how about the car show? He says, I like it. I said, how about, do you like that Get Your Motor Run? And they're like, yeah, I love that song. So I nod at the producer, and by this point, he's already queued up the Get Your Motor Running. And then he'd do his big voice announcer. You'd hear Get Your Motor Run. And now you're listening to the car show. And here's your host, Joe Blow. Take it away, Joe. He says, welcome back. This week we're talking about the classic Corvette. And guys, you know what I'm talking about. We're talking about the 1960. And I'm like, where'd this guy come from? Like, how did he have a show in him? I mean, we just put him on the spot. I was like, light bulb. Everybody grows up now in front of a camera. People have egos. Instead of being the guest, they actually want to be the host. So I said, what would happen if I spent some money? So let me just show it on my phone so you don't have to get up. So I spent $1.5 million on television studios. And so now my studios are nicer than they're nicer than anything in Dallas. I don't even compete with local Dallas TV anymore. I'm now I have my eye on Good Morning America. And the only thing Good Morning America has that I don't have is, Rockefeller Center and people on the street. We use the highway as kind of our Rockefeller Center. I discovered that there's something really interesting about traffic. So each studio has a little nickname. So this is a big anchor desk, and that's LBJ Freeway. So some people like sit on the anchor desk, and it has some gravitas. This studio we nicknamed Oprah. You can fit 50 people in it. 50 people clapping looks like 500 people clapping. You'll see Ted Nugent here in a second. So this little division that my daughter inspired, now 120 plus shows, to the point when I walk down the hallway, I've disciplined myself. I don't know all the clients anymore.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You say traffic? You mean actual like
Car traffic.
Okay.
Yeah. So we're now on the 7th floor of Lincoln Center, which overlooks LBJ Freeway. And like today was rainy, and this was the first time I really got to see our studios in a rainy situation, and it still looked great because their headlights come on. So the reason I'm passionate about this is we're really good at getting people on Fox and CNN, but because I'm a pleaser, I hate it when the client says, okay, yeah, you got me on Good Morning Texas. That was great, Jeff, but they only gave me 3 minutes. And I'm like, I can't. That's not my store. That's not my candy store. I can't help you. Now we can take that very same client and say, screw Channel 8. Become Channel 8.
Yeah.
Interview anybody you want. Do your show, not the show that Channel 8 wants you to do, the show that you want to do. So like if you went to Channel 8 right now and said, hey, I'd like a half-hour show, my budget is $500, they would laugh at you. So we're producing, full-blown TV shows for $500. How do I make money on that? On a $500 show, I might make $100. It's not a big cash cow for me. The money is in my newsletter. because all it takes is me at home getting up every morning at 5 to make that thing work. And 40 different clients paying me $3,000 or $4,000 a month. You can do the math. Just me alone makes the company work. But it's the studios make it glamorous. Okay, so let's talk about why do a podcast. Some people do a podcast to be a thought leader. I mean, who has a television show other than somebody who rose to the top of their industry and now they have a television show? Thought leadership is a good reason to do a show. People will assign that to you regardless of whether it's true or not. You become a power broker in a sense. If you own a space, you become a thought leader. So of the 120 shows we do, the weirdest one we're doing right now is called the Weed and Whiskey Show. And so
That would work in Denver.
Oh yeah.
So-
Can't see early, right? Yeah.
So the guy comes into our studios and he says, "We want to do a weed and whiskey show." And I said, "Look, okay, I don't mind the whiskey, but you can't be smoking dope in my studios." He says, "No, we won't smoke dope." And I said, "Okay, so what are you trying to do?" He says, "So I'm trying to bring some professionalism to my industry because my industry still is pretty mom and pop. If you go to like a cannabis convention, it's still a lot of mom and pop head shops. But if you did your show from an anchor desk with the gravitas of an anchor desk, now you're bringing some thought leadership to this cannabis industry." And I just had another meeting with him last week when we kind of talked about strategy. I said, "Start making money off of this show, dude. Go to the cannabis conventions and look up. Look at the biggest booth. The biggest booth, some of these guys are paying, 50, 60, 70, $100,000 to buy a booth. Well, they need to come on your television show because if they've got $100,000 to dump into a booth at a convention center, in Vegas or wherever or Denver, they've got a few $1,000s to be a sponsor of your television show." There's a cannabis magazine. I don't know what it's called. Look for the full page ads. Don't read the articles. Who's buying the full page ads? Because anybody who's dumping full page advertising into a cannabis magazine would be a wonderful sponsor for your show. So the thing I'm most passionate about is how to turn a show into money. So I'll show you my little show. And when you go to YouTube to watch my show, you'll say, "What's Curly doing? Like nobody's watching his show." So my little show makes my company $2 million a year. Nobody ever comes and pays to come on the show. They just come on the show, and then later they discover, wow, you can get me on Fox and CNN. You can make a TV show for $500. So I do as many as 3 a day. So today I did 3 shows. I'll show you what my show looks like. Show you one that I think will turn into a client.
Weed and whiskey. Weed and whiskey.
So here's a show. So this is.
Was that the name of the show? Is it brand is Weed and Whiskey?
That's one of our shows, yeah.
Coming up next on the Jeff Curley Show, she's on a mission to expose the uncomfortable truths about our border. Her journey just ahead.
So NBC Peacock.
Many are predicting that the worst is yet to come, which is unfortunate, said
That's
one
me
person
in
here.
Minnesota.
Until now, they've enjoyed the reputation of being the nation's icebox. Watched a burglar in his home this morning by webcam. As a journalist of over 25 years, stories are what make my world turn. Reporting live from the Dallas newsroom tonight, Jeff Curley, Fox 4 News. But in 2008, I took the jump from my familiar life and started a PR firm from my home. We're talking about anyone with a camcorder like the one I'm using becomes a television network. We started slowly growing the company, and we now have over 100 clients, and we've branched into the world of live digital broadcasting. I now own 8 different TV studios and have a huge team. And the stories that I now get to share are sometimes the most important of my life. Life has a funny way of coming around full circle. This is the Jeff Curley Show. Well, many of us only know about the border what we're told by the media, and depending on which flavor of media you consume, it might be sanitized. To talk about that today, Sheena Rodriguez, she is Secure the Border. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you so much, Deb, for having me on.
Well, I want to hear your journey.
So I've got a newsroom behind me. Well, I'm just going to pause it. Who has a newsroom and a news desk other than the news? And what I'm seeing is that news viewership is starting to go like this. But you have the rise of social media, where if we go into YouTube right now and put in teenage makeup tips, you're going to see a 13-year-old girl with 3 million followers. And the CBS Evening News only gets about 880,000 views every night. And it costs CBS billions of dollars to produce the CBS Evening News. So when I liken it to Blockbuster and Netflix, there was a time when Blockbuster was the king of the world, and they were very arrogant. And then along came this little pesky little gnat called Netflix that changed the model slightly. If you remember, they said, you know, if you had a date on a Friday, you could order it, we'll ship it to you. So on Wednesday, you have the movie and you can watch it on Friday.
Yeah.
So the model changed slightly. Blockbuster was way too arrogant to see that the game was changing. They said, no, you would always drive through a snowstorm to rent a video and then get charged the late fee. Why wouldn't you? So at a time when they could have bought Netflix or any other competitor and just swallowed up the technology or put them out of business, they were just very arrogant. So I'm here to tell you that the traditional media is Blockbuster. They've already died and they just don't know it yet. They don't know it yet. We have shows that beat Fox and CNN. We do. It's a matter of finding the right subject. So what I'm saying, instead of broadcasting, you're narrowcasting. You're finding a niche. You know, get rich in your niche. So in this cannabis show, if the guy does it right, he becomes the television network of the cannabis industry. In fact, I challenged him. I said, I want you to think bigger, because you had Oprah, who had a television show and used to work for somebody else. And then she owned the show. And then she owned a magazine. And then she owned a network. I said, man, start a 24-hour cannabis network. Start it. I mean, the flagship show is you on the anchor desk, but now you start greenlighting other shows. I think we could probably run 20 or 30 different networks out of our studios.
Should talk to like Mallory Paterno.
Yeah.
Crossing divides. Sorry.
So no, but like anybody under 30, if you asked anybody under 30, hey, you need to watch my TV show, they would not say what channel is it on. That's something their dad or grandma would say. They would say, how does it get to my rectangle? I don't care how it got to the rectangle. It doesn't have to have come from CNN or Fox. So we're going to continue to play the game of getting people on CNN and Fox as long as the media still matters. And right now, it's a badge. It's a good housekeeping seal of approval. If they come to your website and you say Fox, CNN, Wall Street Journal, okay, you must be credible. That's all it is. So we have clients, of those 30 media placements that we get in a month, some of them are radio stations outside of Dallas. So I'd say about 80% of our clients are in Dallas and 20% are outside of Dallas. So if we have an attorney who's on WGN in Chicago, the Dallas attorney might say, why'd you put me on WGN Chicago? I don't have a single person in Chicago. But if we take it, we turn it into an asset and we push it out through social media, now all of a sudden all their friends see, oh, wow, you were on WGN Chicago? That's like a powerhouse station.
Social reinforcement.
Social reinforcement.
And does that build the social following?
It does.
For validation?
And you guys are SEO people. A lot of these, when a station is nice enough to put a link from their site to your site, that's gold. So that's why stuff stays around. If you ever have a client who has a reputation management problem because they were arrested and their mugshot is still the first result.
The Tough Smart Hammer stopped being smart and they were the Tough Hammer. Jim Adler?
Yeah. So, I mean, news coverage is like a boat anchor on page one, and for better or for worse. So
an SEO firm told me, man, you're creating backlinks from news organizations to client websites. Man, you should market to the SEO organizations,
I
right?
had to do some reputation management for some clients back in the day, and I told them, like, there's no way that I can be, even these local channels, like Google sees them as so much more authoritative, and so my advice to leadership is always turn this down. It's not SEO work, it's PR work. You need a PR firm.
Right. And the secret is getting enough good stuff and letting the bad stuff drift down due to lack of interest. So I always tell clients, don't click on it. Don't give it any more authority. Don't give it any weight. You know what it says. So, and then this is a happy accident, but, when my daughter started this division, we couldn't call the division Real News Public Relations. That doesn't sound like a channel. So I came in one day to work and I saw these 4 letters. It said RNCN. And I turned to Sarah. I said, what is RNCN? She says, the Real News Communications Network, Dad. I was like, I like it. 4 letters, WKRP. It sounds like a thing. Let's keep it. So if it looks like a duck, quacks like a duck, must be a duck. Google thinks we're a news organization. So I can show you our clients on Fox and CNN and a show that we produced out of our network, and they live side by side on the images on Google. And so I think I got lucky because Google doesn't have a chance to look at every single piece of content that comes along, but they just say, or the body of work coming out of this Real News Communications Network, it's anchor desks, it's newsrooms, it's thousands and thousands of shows that are not terribly controversial. Must be a news network. So anyway, we're creating front page results for our clients. Let's turn this into how you could benefit from a show. You started to do video work and you hired a production company, and he's got some great video work saying this is who we are and this is what we do. I would suggest that you do a show as a business development tool. As Chris pointed out, you have Tylenol, people have headaches, but they don't know that they need your Tylenol. So I have this theory that if you show somebody a blemish, they can't unsee it. So, like, I would invite. I mean, you're at a cocktail party. I've got the best pickup line ever. Come on my television show. It's the best pickup line ever. Everybody comes on my television show, and later they end up hiring me. So you're at a cocktail party in Denver, and you run into somebody who desperately needs you. And you've met this person 1,000 times before because you've done work for their competitors. You invite them on your television show to talk about them. I would go straight to the CEO. Don't mess with any other C-suiters because you want the decision maker to, sell one person, not 2 people. So you're selling the CEO to push it down.
Not a line that works with everyone, but she's got that.
Yeah. No, but I hate 2 sales. I mean, I just sold the head of marketing who then needs to sell the CEO. And then, okay, so I'm just sell the CEO. So then you invite the CEO on the show to talk about his or her favorite subject, which is them. You talk about their journey. Everybody likes the early days. Start talking about the time when they started this in their garage, and it was just them and a secretary, and now they have 500 employees. And then after the show, after they're coming down off the high, that's when you're at my place. And I mean, if you guys are here in Dallas for a couple of days, come slide over. We have a director of first impressions. We just hired her from our country club. Full barista, full mixologist. We have all these, we cater in lunch. I mean, we've become an entertainment company. So what I like to do is take people straight from the heady experience of being on my television show to lunch or an adult beverage. And that's when the magic happens, when there's 2 ways to do the sale. You can say, I have Tylenol, do you have a headache? Or you could say, I have Tylenol, do you know anybody who is experiencing these pains? Lead gen, sales not converting. If you describe everybody, you describe all of their headaches. They're like, hello, you're talking to me. And what I'll say is that I think the recession that is looming is going to be a good thing for you guys. It's going to be a good thing for us as well, because people go from expensive $10,000 a month billboards to a less expensive form of advertising. And so the blemish that I would point out, so let's suppose you're having a cocktail after the show. Either you, like Chris did her show at Grandscape, which is up by Nebraska Furniture Mart here. And there's like several restaurants and bars right down the 100 yards away from the studio. So the blemish is, I'm just a geek when it comes to SEO stuff. And I was Googling you and I don't know who's doing your SEO right now, but I found you on page 27. And in fact, I don't know, do you know this attorney here? And normally it's a guy he hates, right? Or she hates. And you're like, is this guy like a big deal or something? Because like this guy, I see that. I mean, how long has he been in law? I'm like, that guy? Like he just graduated. He's only been in the business for like a year. Like, dude, I don't know, man. He must have a good SEO firm because look at this. He's getting so much traffic that you're not getting. And then I would just go into story time. So we had a client who, and you know these stories, and 300%, 500%, whatever you want to say. And then I would throw a price in because people make up a number that is false. I used to give the tour and not tell people how much a show costs. Now I'm like, they sit down on the Oprah set. I said, for as little as $500 a show, you can have your own television show. If you went to Channel 8 and said, I've got $500 for a show, they'd laugh at you. I'm putting that in early on because they're going to make up a false number. And the number is usually, $5,000, $10,000 for a television show. They stop listening to you. So if you say, we do engagements starting as little as what's your low end?
Like 2,500.
Yeah. As little as $2,500 a month can get you started, all the way up to our platinum package. Yeah. What I'm doing now is saying we have different packages: crawl, walk, run, sprint. Let me describe crawl. Crawl is a television show, $500 a show. You're in business, $2,000 a month. If you want to add in the media, that's an additional $3,000, so it's a $5,000 package. And then run and sprint. Run is videography work, like the video that you showed me. One video a month, and then sprint is adding in SEO, and we do SEO light. Nothing like you guys do, but SEO light. We have a guy in Canada. He's the only employee I've never physically met. He's been with us for a decade, but he's good. He's good at it. And you guys are SEO geniuses, but he stays in all the chat rooms where you find out what Google just did overnight. And I'm saying this because this is the story that I tell because I know nothing about your industry, that Google changes stuff but never tells anybody. And so there are these chat rooms where people say, hey, my brother-in-law works for Google, and he tells me that they're doing this or they're thinking about doing this. So if you're still doing this, stop doing this, blah, blah, blah. And they're updating stuff. So my experience with the SEO world is a lot of people in your industry are doing stuff that Google used to reward and they now punish. And there are shady companies that are practicing some really bad stuff where the client is actually paying to move down in the ranks. Is this true?
It depends on how you do it, for sure. But
well, for instance, maybe 3 times a day I get an email saying, you can buy the domain name bestprfirmtexas.com. And I sent that to Corey, our SEO guy. Says, no, Google doesn't play that game anymore. They don't really reward that. In fact, if anything, it seems really sketchy and it might hurt you to have that domain name. Is that true?
I mean, I personally, once I find a domain, I stick with it.
Yeah.
If you were starting off from scratch, maybe.
Yeah.
No, you've got too much authority involved in what you've already got, and then you're starting over with a new name.
Yeah.
So, no, I wouldn't recommend that at all.
Yeah, and it seems sketchy.
Well, it
Yeah.
probably is. There's people, business owners get those emails all the time, but they look so real that you think it's really coming from Google, or it's really coming from that company that it's really not. It's BS.
Right. Okay, well, I'm going to stand down and I want to take some questions. I mean, this is cozy, and I'm glad that we had this time together. I want this to be meaningful to you. Yeah,
A couple.
yeah, please.
Okay, so one is so the pitch you were talking about, like the ultimate. But it sounded like two different things. One sounded like more like a hook or a mini hook, and the other one was the closer. Like you're talking about the closing, like, hey, you're on page 3, right? The other one of this is the procession, but you have an advantage. That sounds like the hook, like at least a partial hook, right? There's a downturn, but you have advantage of that. You have a bonus. That sounds like partly a hook, not the closing. The other one sounds like the closing. Is that what you're going for?
I think I'm a salesperson who uses my guts, and I read the energy of the person, and they're either getting it or not getting it. And so one of the things that I tell people is a recession is a good healthy time to look at the stuff you're not doing. I mean, when the phone's ringing and times are good, who has time to worry about marketing, right?
Yeah. Anybody can make money, and they're great for time.
Right. So I tell clients and prospective clients, the strong survive during a recession, the weak drift away. So all of those competitors that you used to worry about, if they don't really have a good foundation, they're going to wither away. And this is a time where some people choose to get aggressive on the marketing because the cost of marketing goes down typically during recession. And this is a time to get aggressive. In fact, the story I'm telling myself now, I thank God I have this podcast division, because usually the first thing that happens during a recession is you drop your marketing fund. Most people do. But because now more than 50% of the income of the company comes in through the podcast division, I can actually control how much money my company makes based on how many shows I do. So I do as many as 3 a day, but it'd be very easy to do 4 a day. So it's all about at-bats. And one of the gifts that my daughter gave me about 4 years ago was, Daddy, you're spending too much time with existing clients. You need to do what you're born to do, which is sell, make money. We'll take care of the clients. Once you sell them, you don't need to be in that meeting anymore. And so virtually every meeting that I have all week long is a money-making meeting. When I look at my calendar and if I don't see at least 15 to 20 money-making meetings on my calendar, I'm disappointed. It used to be 3. So it's how you use your time. So you get what you're focused on.
Mm-hmm.
And so every morning that I wake up, I'm focused on bringing in new revenue. So like today we did 3 shows today. 2 of them are already getting information from my son. He's my head of business development. So I just say, Dallas, send them a menu of our services. Send them our best 2 packages. Well, you through Google AdWords, like best PR firm Dallas, best PR podcast studios Dallas, we get another 10 or so leads a week. So on average, we're writing like 20 to 30 proposals for new business a week. Well, even if we suck as closers, we'll close one. Even if we suck, we'll close one out of 4.
Sure.
Which means we're onboarding about as many clients as we can possibly onboard without breaking the machine. So yes.
This is another part. This one thing I'm so excited about, like you talking about that. So like traditional is like has been a negative word, like conferences like this or organizations, because we're looking at like, oh, look at the data that we've gotten, right? Well, I can get specific ads. Now I just run ads. These are targeted ads. I get conversion data, right?
Right.
But that's not always accurate, right? Because that person actually saw a lot, it leads up to that conversion point. They saw this as a lot of different things. They didn't just decide at that point. There was a lot of mental things, right? Now on TV and radio, on broadcast, this has always been a challenge, right? So the divide, like as digital started coming along, oh look, they don't know, but that's not true. They've got something different. We have to bridge the divide. Now these analytics wizards are going to have to look, like pierce, like go through the data and try to figure out how does this all work together. This is some like crazy stuff. Like you can go through, like a person goes into like Google business profile. That's not necessarily a last step. Could be an early step, but it's not the only step, right?
Right.
This divide is fantastic, and I love it because if you look at an analytics account where TV ad was run, or with Robert Riggs,
Yeah.
I mean, it looks like a bomb goes off, but not everybody in that audience matters. I'm sorry, I don't put it that way.
Right.
Marketers sound terrible.
No.
But it looks like a bomb goes off, but he's running a podcast. Most of that traffic is trying to go off-site to something else that you can't actually track.
Right.
So the idea, and he does get some growth. Anyways, sorry. I think you know where I'm going. I love this divide, and you're like one of these bridging elements where we all, as an industry, as a marketing industry as a whole, need to go, hold on, it's not one thing. That idea doesn't work when we know it.
Right. Well, here's another tip. This is how you find money, and this is how you find people who need to come on your show. Look at billboards. I love billboards in Dallas because every single one of them says this guy's spending $10,000 a month, and the studies show that unless the headline on the billboard is extremely provocative. Like I know there was a billboard, it was taken out by an AC company, and the billboard says, "Your wife is hot."
All over the place still. Yeah.
Right? And I found myself looking at it even though I know it's there. I've read it 100 times, but I look at it because the headline's provocative. But most billboards, you look at once, you understand, okay, there's like a life insurance guy or something over there. And then it's a tree or a building, you never look at it again. So my experience with paid advertising like that is if you ask the person, how many leads are you getting from that billboard? Most of them will say some version of like, I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, during a recession, that's a good time to say, okay, look, I saw 3 of those billboards on my way into work. So what are you dropping, $30,000 a month? Well, actually it's $50,000 a month because I got a couple on Stemmons. Okay, we'll just peel off a little bit of that. Drop one of the billboards. For $10,000, you'd be amazed what
So
we
then
could.
you have them do a show.
Well, I'm talking about you invite the billboard guy on your television show, and in the after meeting, say, one of the reasons why I invited you on is that I keep seeing your billboards. You're one of the most famous personal injury attorneys in Dallas. Really impressed with what you're doing there, and then you're pointing out a blemish, like. My company, my SEO company, is really good at tracking leads. So tell me about how many leads you get from your billboards. And when you put a guy like that on the spot, they're going to give you an answer that's not acceptable. Like, okay, wait a minute. So do you have a receptionist who says, how did you hear about us? I mean, do you not know how many leads you get from the billboard? And then I would throw out, well, studies show that after you see a billboard twice, it becomes a tree or a building. So I would question how many of those billboards are actually. Well, they say that 57% of all facts are made up on the spot. So anyway, I hope this is helpful for you.
No.
I
This
think
is great. I run across this divide because what I find amazing is when marketing channels are working together.
Yes.
And I know that I like organic and pay and like local.
Yeah.
When they're working, I know I get I'm at the top of the search results. They're greater than the sum of their parts, and I know when they're working well. I'm getting the credit. I'll take it. Thank you.
Yes.
But it's not just me, right? And that can't possibly be. And when you're putting up ads in different places that you can't get attribution on unless possibly the person actually dials the number that while they're driving they actually record. Whatever.
Right.
Okay. Maybe they're going to get a tiny percentage. Okay, it works great. recipient of like, hey, yeah, great, oh, thanks, yeah, okay, cool.
Excuse me.
But if they're not running that, I'm F sometimes.
Right.
And they're like, what's going on? You cut your budget in the wrong places.
Right.
And this is where I have to like, it's a greater sum of everything that you, of your mix.
Right. Well, do you find that once you get a client, do they stick around for forever?
No.
How long do they stick around?
Well, sometimes you get, I mean, it depends on if the grass is greener, because good Lord, that's they're constantly chewing it. Like some people are ready to bolt because they got a lot of like, I guess it's faithfulness, like in a relationship kind of way, right? They're as faithful as their options. Some people are like, I got the work. Well, I mean, some people are like, I've got the guy. I don't want to let go of that. And so I want to make sure they're connected with people that they can trust too.
Right.
So they're building that up. I guess it depends.
Well, so that would be another, this is not a podcast thing. It's more of a how to retain business thing. We hired a bunch of pleasers. I mean, you worked with Joe, right? Who just left. Did you hear that?
No.
Yeah.
And
He's got,
Ziggy and
no, Ziggy's still
Yeah,
there, but
okay.
yeah, Joe had a baby. Yeah. So, yeah.
Exciting.
Anyway, he's going to work from home. So I hired a bunch of pleasers. And so the reason I say that is we work ourselves into the life of the client so that they can't even imagine not having us. I want you to see our studio sometime. So our director of first impressions, the mixologist I told you about, she has a list of the shows that are coming in. And so before you walk into our studios, about 10 minutes before you come in, she changes all the TV sets. So you come in, there's like 5 TV sets in the lobby. She changes them all to you. So when you walk in, you're like, oh, and your guest is the same way. And she's like, oh my goodness, I just watched your last episode. Great question that you asked. Michael Irvin, I'm just in awe. What was he like? Was he really nice? Okay, I'll see you in makeup. Do you need a little champagne before your show? So she's like working herself into your life. And then because I hired all these really nice producers, people have trouble like breaking up with us. I remember.
It's hard. Very hard because you get involved in their lives too.
Yeah, so it becomes personal, and that's I'm as a fellow entrepreneur, I'm like, get personal, make it really hard for them to ever imagine. I mean, of the things that they can cut, they just aren't cutting you. I remember when this kind of hit me, a client called me. This is 5 years ago. He says, "Hey, can I meet with you?" And I was like, "Yeah." And then he comes in and he's just so stressed out. He says, "Jeff, I couldn't sleep last night." I said, "You couldn't sleep last night?" He says, "Yeah, I don't even know how to tell you this." I said, "Tell me what?" He says, "I ran out of money. I can't keep you guys, and I couldn't sleep last night." And I was like, dude, that might be the highest compliment I've ever been paid. I mean, there are lots of vendors in my life. You know, the guy who mows my lawn. I don't lose sleep over vendors. And so the fact that you lost sleep over me, I was like, Ken, give me a hug, dude. That's awesome. And so, you know, make it personal.
I guess that's a challenge that I personally, I want to build a connection, but I'm very much about brass tacks. Did you, is your business growing, right? Is this a mutually like beneficial agreement?
Yeah.
Are you growing? Are you profitable? Yeah, sometimes the grass is greener, and it might actually be green, but is that for a short period of time? Is that for long?
But I would say I would liken it to who has a hairdresser that they've been seeing for more than a decade? Raise your hand. No? Yeah. Right?
My oldest is hairdresser, and I love her to death. So okay.
I don't.
Aside from that, no.
I don't change the hairdresser. I have a dry cleaner that I've used forever. I mean, there are personal relationships that you develop, and breaking up with your hairdresser, you wouldn't imagine it, right? It doesn't matter what. Yeah.
Fired me first before I broke up with her.
Yeah. See, that's what I'm saying. So, why did it become personal for you?
So at first, like, I wasn't sure about her, but then we started building that relationship. Honestly, she called me hot. She
she complimented me and made me feel good. So I wanted to keep going to her, and I started trusting her, and I started, like, if I was like, I like this haircut, I would feel like she would tell me if it would look good or not on me. If I was just like, hey, I want to color my hair, will you help me out with that? Will this color look good? How long will it last? It's building the trust and building the relationship.
And she gets to know everything about you, and she gets to know, it becomes really personal.
So you were saying you do mostly sales now. Do you train your staff on how to develop that relationship with people? And
So,
you start it?
it's more of I just hired really super nice people, and we train. We hire for attitude, and we train for skill, and that was an epiphany for me because at least twice in the history of my company, I got bullied into. I was the owner, and I could fire this person anytime I wanted to, but I was bullied inside my own company twice because I'm a nice guy. And so,
Like that same thing.
yeah. So we have like a zero negativity policy. And now, wisely, what I've done is I became the owner instead of the operator. And so I get to own the thing. My daughter and my head of operations, Josh, runs the thing. And with employees who start to act up, we do pretty much like a 1 strike, 2 strike, 3 strikes, you're out. I'll tell you kind of a fun story. So I don't hire and I don't fire. I don't choose to. It's I spend time on stuff that I want to spend time on. And so there was a guy who was our early bird because we get people on the radio starting early in the morning, starting at 6 a.m. They're on the radio all over the country, and somebody has to record those. So we had a guy who was recording those every morning, but we have security cameras, so we see when he comes in. He was oversleeping. He was showing up at 6:45. He got written up several times. He was on maybe strike 5. And I was aware that he was in trouble. But I give tours, as I'm going around our little newsroom. I was like, hey, meet, Joe, our early bird. He gets in. Joe, tell everybody what you do and what have you been working on today? So I have this little routine where employees talk to the prospective client on what they do for a living. So I just had this employee do this tour. I come in the next day. The next day is a Thursday. It was a Wednesday when I was giving this tour. I came on Thursday and I said, we'll call him Joe. Where's Joe? And Josh says, we fired Joe. I said, we fired Joe? And he says, yeah. On a Wednesday? He says, yeah. I said, nobody fires anybody on a Wednesday. You don't fire him on a Wednesday. You fire him on a Friday. He says, yeah, he was on 5 strikes. I was like, yeah, but wow, that's kind of cold-blooded. And he says, I mean, we just, he was not performing, and we call it a Thank God It's Monday company because we have a really cool vibe. And this guy didn't fit, and we got rid of him. And as I started to process that, I said, wow, we fired a dude on a Wednesday. I kind of like that. I kind of like that from a standpoint of it's a privilege to work here. And if you're sleeping in and not doing your job, you can be fired on a Wednesday. So the reason I say that to you guys is I created this really kind of nirvana, like happy place where people laugh. Like I'm in one conference room. We've got catering that comes in, so they all get together in the other conference room and they laugh and they talk about their boyfriend and their girlfriend. And so it's a happy company, but they also know that it can get fired on a Wednesday if they have too many strikes. And the danger of keeping around somebody who doesn't fit is it tells every other employee that you have permission to act up. And so I call our team a SWAT team. It's, the other PR firms are the mall cops, and we're the SWAT team. We're going to, it's a privilege to be on the SWAT team. Not everybody who suits up for DPD gets to be on the SWAT team. So if I'm sharing that little story for you because a company is only as good as its team. And so I love it now where people are complimenting me for stuff that we did that I had I didn't touch it. I have no idea what we did. And I love it that I'm getting compliments for something that my team did. Instead of, it was me.
I was in an agency many years ago, like a decade ago, and I just relating like there was a tale of two times. The first half of my time there, when people would get hired to work in another company, there was almost a celebration of, hey, people want our talent, and it was amazing, and the energy was palpable. We felt special being part of it. The second half of that time is different. The conversation was lucky. You got out.
Oh, wow.
That was it was like, I'm not
Was
going to
it
go into more
was it a
detail.
bad boss, or what caused
Yeah,
the?
it was.
Yeah.
There was a lot more to it. I'm not gonna
Yeah.
get into it,
Yeah.
but that, I can see where the conversation and the narrative makes such a difference. Anyway.
Yeah.
And you built up that narrative.
Thank you.
Going back to the TV thing.
Yeah.
I love the idea. So if you look at any Super Bowl commercial, like any small businesses who are smaller businesses who are trying to buy into the Super Bowl commercial, it's stupid traffic. I mean, in the bad way. The dollar for traffic is okay. Most of the time, smaller companies, half the time they're crashing their website, so they can't support the traffic.
Oh, is that true?
Oh yeah, oh my God, yes. I've watched it like Sleeping Baby. It was stupid. They crashed their website that night, and they bulked up their traffic multiple 10 times as much, and they couldn't support it. Right, a lot of traffic, but dollar for dollar, and I've seen multiple companies. They couldn't support the traffic that was coming in, but it didn't matter. There was no way they could make the profit if they were looking at the traffic that came to their website. Now that's a question, right? How many eyeballs?
Right.
And I think we've gotten to TV. There was a classic in digital marketing. TV is Jesus, right? You trust TV so much,
right?
And I think we've crossed that divide. We're looking at the time where we need people who are converting people to a different kind of business where not necessarily TV is not bad. TV is fantastic. I mean, huge amount. I mean, a
Right.
bomb will go off. I mean,
right.
FBI, right? Anyways, so it's fantastic, and it can be very powerful, but it's too expensive many times for the cost. It's like we look at print. There's sometimes that print's cheaper than what we do, and we can actually drive better cost with the print. We just have to evaluate the cost.
Right.
Getting businesses to open up those and then cross and figure out what's that mix and test. Because if I look and I say, well, did I make money off of everything that you did? Here's my display, here's my search, here's my Facebook ads for prospecting, here's my okay. Now you cut all this. Oh well, that's wasteful. You cut that off, and your total business, did it decrease? If not, okay, maybe it was wasteful. And that's the kind of questions that we need to start asking. It's what is our mix?
So I've actually, my company was going down into the rabbit hole of attribution, and I work for a very large company, which you made the comment of, we just want to use as much budget as we can.
Mhm.
We don't do small and scrappy.
Sure.
And so got heavily into attribution and all these platforms and what they're selling. And after diving into my measurement analytics group, they essentially said, yeah, I mean, you've got all these expensive platforms, but the best way to tell attribution and lift is take something out, do something increase, great. And that was part of your mix. So it's interesting to say that. And I'm also still laughing about your hairdresser comment, because while I don't have a hairdresser that I visit religiously, I just moved down to Houston, but I loved my massage therapist so much that tomorrow night I actually have a massage appointment with her, because it's like 3 months, and even though I live in Houston now, why not go see our massage therapist in Dallas?
I think that's great. It's a loyalty thing.
Yeah, but she's one of the few, I know about her, I know about her husband.
It gets personal.
Yeah.
You can't measure that in attribution.
Yeah, no, but I'm just like, oh no, I don't have a hairstylist. Oh, but I have a
Massage therapist. Real quick,
creating these shows for people or for their companies, I should say, is it? It sounds like for some of them, the point of this is not necessarily to get a lot of eyeballs on the show. It's more to create a forum for guests to come in that they can build a relationship with. But I would assume there's some of these that also get a following and start getting eyeballs on their show. And like, is that where you transition into the email list and do you get these shows you produce and push them out through your email list so they syndicate through news organizations and get traffic built up that way?
No, so I'll tell you what. I had a show. I'll tell you a story to illustrate this. So
Let me
yeah,
just throw
yeah,
this in
yeah.
there. This is basically why I've been putting together a YouTube channel, is so I can then invite marketing directors or clients that I would want to get to come be on the show, and exactly like you're talking about. But I assume this is a more valuable thing for them if I have a number of subscribers. It's like, so maybe not a large number of subscribers yet, but some sort of audience that I can point to that you're going to get some sort of exposure.
I have 11,000, 12,000 fans on LinkedIn, which is where I get most of my views. And because we go LinkedIn Live, 11,000 phones vibrate, sometimes 3 times a day. And it says Jeff Crilly is live.
They do.
Do you get them? Yeah.
Okay.
Which I love because, number one, if that happens 3 times a day to you, I'm always top of mind for podcasting. I'm always top of mind for marketing with 11,000 people. So my discovery about my own show is I don't get a lot of questions about how many people watch it. I don't. If I do, I'll say, I've got 11,000 people on LinkedIn who get it, and then they don't ask any other questions. It's the quality of the studios that gets them in. And then anytime I really want to boost something or amplify something, we use Facebook just because Facebook is so inexpensive. So I'll tell you a quick little story. So my wife is head of marketing for Highland Park Village, which is like the Rodeo Drive of Dallas. And she came home one day with these Ted Lasso biscuits. Do you guys watch Ted Lasso?
Oh, yeah.
So I was obsessed. I'm obsessed with the show, and so I invited the Ted Lasso lady, the biscuit lady, on my show. So here, I'll just show you the beginning.
I have to admit, I'm a huge fan of the Emmy Award-winning show Ted Lasso. And so my wife, who's Victoria Snee, head of marketing for Highland Park Village, comes home with these Ted Lasso biscuits, and I became obsessed. I said, I need to meet the person who came up with this. So joining me is Kathy McCann. She is with Linda's Bake Shop. Did I pronounce that right? Okay.
And then, and so, and in the show, we run a clip from Ted Lasso. Do you know the biscuits? Do you watch
Yeah,
Ted Lasso?
yeah. He's spraying her the biscuits. And
Yeah.
Just like, these are amazing.
Okay, so I normally don't amplify my show at all because I don't care who's watching. I'm doing my show for one person, the person I'm interviewing, period. And I know that they'll probably share it on their social, and we'll get comments that will mean something to them. So on this particular show, because I'm a pleaser and I was seeking praise from my wife, I said, hey, Dallas, my son, why don't you throw like $20 on Facebook advertising? Let's just amplify it to Ted Lasso fans in Dallas, Fort Worth. Why not nationwide? Because she can't ship nationwide. The cookies break. She can't ship. So $20 almost crashed her website. She sold out of biscuits, and one of the people who happened to catch it on Facebook was a writer with the Dallas Morning News. And so I quickly within 2 hours of us boosting it on Facebook, I'm getting text messages from my wife saying Kathy is just selling out of biscuits. The Dallas Morning News is coming over. And then Kathy is texting me saying, oh my God, what did you do? and I'm telling you, like, that's like $20. So anytime we want eyeballs, That's what I like about Facebook, because you can actually tell it, don't broadcast it, narrowcast it. So for the right, I mean, if you ended up doing a show and it's marketing companies or something like that, which would be a good guest, I'd have every marketing company in Denver on your show.
Not only that, but like people who run decent sized e-commerce websites who need to do marketing for those.
Yeah.
I would really like to get like a director of, I don't know, the Gap's website or their marketing, something like that, and be like, I want to talk to you about successes or failures, things you've learned along the way, and then find other people who are interested in somebody who runs a large e-commerce website who would want to tune in and find out, oh, this is how they did it.
I wouldn't just name the show something that people would want to be on. So we had a show one time called Legends and Leadership. Well, who doesn't want to be on that show? We had another show called The Best of the Best Show. So mine is the Jeff Crilly Show, which is kind of like, the
So
Ellen
some of this
show.
is branding your show. It's like, what is this show to the person who is on it?
Yeah. And what's happened now, because Dallas is a kind of a small town, at least the people who are making stuff happen, I'm doing so many Jeff Crilly shows, and they're being amplified mostly by the guest. The guest is sharing it across all their platforms. So now when I go networking in Dallas, I come into almost any room and they're like, hey, I've watched your show. You had my friend on. How do I get on your show? Who's your producer? And I just quickly kind of size them up and say, could they be a client? If they could be a client, absolutely, they're coming on the show. And sometimes I'll even be as bold as to say, you got kids? I mean, if it was during the summer, I was like, you got kids? Yeah, I sure do. How old are they? 8 and 10. Bring them into the studio. I think it's really cool that mom's on TV.
Yeah.
And then there's something about
TV still matters a lot.
Right? And so, and then after the show, with the kids, we're, sugaring them up on chocolate, almonds. I'll say to the mom who was just on the show, and have you ever thought about your own show? And the kids are like, yeah, Mom, you need to.
I need to buy him the kids. Oh my goodness. But all that time spent on the cereal
That's
box.
sneaky.
He is sneaky. He got me that way. I mean, I have kids, but, because I've known Jeff for a long time, and then, he actually got us on the news a few times or different things. Garage Door is a little tougher to get us on in 30 times in 30 days.
Yeah.
Nobody really cares. But they got me speaking engagements and different things, right? So we took a hiatus for a while, and then I'd been watching him on LinkedIn. My phone buzzes every time he's live, okay? And it was 2.5 years ago in June, which is National Garage Door Safety Month, and I texted him, and I said, Jeff, I love your show. How much does it cost to come on? And he said the best words to my ears was free. I'm all about free. And the next thing I know, I got a podcast.
Now, so all I would say for you, Chris, is
But I loved it. It's an amazing experience, and I just wish more people were here tonight because it truly is an amazing experience. I mean, and those were the older studios when we were when you were on, I don't know, 2-3 different floors. And
well, so he just came out with, if you ever reboot the show, why don't you have marketing companies on your show? Because marketing companies do not do what you do.
Right.
And when they start getting asked those very pointed questions about ROI, they need to say, well, we actually need to have
I probably will. Mine was called Hidden Gems of DFW because I'm about small business, and I would bring small business owners in, and we'd talk about their growth and where they started. And, I had one gal who does chocolate pinatas and smash and the candy comes out. It's a ton of fun. Kids love it. And over her venture, because she does a lot on Instagram, Michael's found her. And then she had her own molds made. and sold in my clothes. So you never know where people are going or coming from. And so I'm all about the small business and how can we help them grow. So it was just kind of really interesting.
Here she is.
Hidden Gems of DFW is a video podcast to help marketing professionals as well as newbies learn the art of marketing and finding the treasures that help the small business grow. This podcast will be filled with gems and treasures in the DFW area from some of the best guests in the business. And even if you are not in the DFW area, these treasures will work for you. And now get ready for the Hidden Gems of DFW podcast with Chris O'Connor.
That was my own voiceover.
Welcome. I'm so glad you're here at Hidden Gems of DFW.
Do you remember
I'm
this
Chris
one?
O'Connor, your host, and I can't tell you how excited I am to have our guest today and introduce
Here, pet this puppy.
a lot of you went out and got this book, the email through to visit
Alright,
it,
so
because I think it's
Here's
going
the
to
question
help.
about
Yeah.
this one. Okay, so I'm taking a guess on the garage door business, just as an example.
Yeah.
You have a utility, the garage door is busted, shit. Okay, you have security. I might let my garage door go, but this is a problem, and I'm worried about like people getting into my garage. And then maybe weather, right? Okay, so this is my head. This is the top three, right? But most of the time, you don't give crap about your garage door. It works or doesn't work, but usually it works. And that's your thing. Suddenly, your problem is when it stops working, or it looks like it may not be working as well. So you have to choose where you're going to take your audience, and you're putting in a long-term investment into like putting that podcast there. How do you go about that?
Well, when she was doing her show, it wasn't really garage doors, right? It was about her SEO business.
Yeah, small business, how I can help them build their own business on a shoestring budget like I do.
Yeah, and if she was trying to promote her garage door business, I would say she would have a steady diet of realtors,
Okay. Realtor audience. Okay, that's it.
home builders. No, not so
No,
much.
I wouldn't. Well, it depends on if I wanted to deal with home builders, but I have no desire. It's not an
Yeah.
area you want to be in, honestly.
Mm.
But
Home
realtor-
inspectors. I mean,
Yeah, home inspectors.
I mean,
Yes.
people
Can't tell
who.
you how many doors we fixed because home inspectors broke them.
Oh, is that right?
Oh my
Really?
God, yeah.
Wow.
Oh my God, yes. So, there's a lot of home inspectors out there that don't know how to do safety tests, and there's a system to do the safety tests, and a lot of these guys would throw the doors off track. One time, it just was a coincidence, really, but it's funny. It's not funny to him because he ended up buying a new garage door. But the spring broke while I was testing the door. And so everything went flying, the door included, and crushed the bottom two panels. So
It wasn't human, is it? That's good.
no,
Silverline.
but they do a lot of things. Because they're not that experienced. Inspectors I had found over the years had either little or no experience. They knew one thing about a home, but they knew nothing else. And so they're kind of, as my ex used to call them, they're a jack of all trades, master of none. And a lot of home inspectors actually can lose the deal for the real estate agent because they failed something that shouldn't have been failed. So on garage doors, there's a handle, right, that you can turn outside or inside.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, if you don't have the key, you're kind of screwed, right? So if somebody went outside, turned the handle, and it would go through the locks, and you didn't know it, and you push the remote. The thing about people and their remotes is they keep pushing it. Okay,
Yeah.
because they're like open, right?
Yeah.
Okay, well that door is really trying to lift it, right? Well, what happens is those kind of bars aren't so super strong sometimes, and I'm giving you all kinds of ammunition here, Casey. I hope you're listening. And so what would happen is the door would go off track. Okay, well there's a $300, $500 bill. I mean, it's a variety of different things that home inspectors can do. And I used to go into real estate offices and talk about this kind of stuff because you want to be careful with that, because now you've got a pissed off homeowner, you just ruined their garage door, and they expect you to pay for it. Well, some will, some won't.
But almost none of this is going to come back in attribution. Like, we're not going to see this in the data. This is an audience target. We're going to the long-term play, and it's going to eventually pay off. And so, like, you're looking at who are your long-term buyers, where are your problems, and you have to talk to a person who knows the industry and the experience really well.
Yeah, and I mean, some real estate agents, I hate to say this about real estate agents, but I know I'm being recorded, but
real estate.
they're flighty. They're not loyal. They're not loyal, and they're a dime a dozen. And they want you to do things dirt cheap because they're real estate agents, and they're trying to sell the deal. So it doesn't always work.
I'm so loyal. I still call Chris, and she hasn't worked in the garage door industry in 2 years.
He does. He does. Who do I contact now?
So how much time do you talk to the garage door person versus how much time do you talk to the real estate agency? The amount of time you deal with the person, it's like a spouse. Like, you spend so much of your time with the spouse. Why do most of your problems come about because of the spouse? Because that's the person who's like.
Well, and in the industry also, in Texas especially, I don't know what it's like up north. I've been doing a lot of consulting lately, and it's interesting because they do things very differently up north. They actually park in their cars in the garages up north, and down here they don't. Their garages, you park. I know we parked our car always.
Well, yeah, it snows.
Yeah, right in the garage. Down here they use it as their basement. They fill it with all kinds of crap, and then they, or if it breaks, they just park in the driveway and walk around. It's not important. But up north, it's a very different story. They understand insulated doors, double steel back. Down here, it just goes right over their head. You have to really educate them. So, it's just different areas do different things.
What I would really love to see for your media placements, because I've seen this once with a client that I had. They had a story where they found $10,000 in a house they bought, and they gave it back to the owner. It got picked up by a lot of different news stories. We never got a link back to the website. Okay, we never got that SEO juice that we were looking for.
Right.
But rankings still increased.
No kidding.
Just the mention of it. Yeah, there was we didn't do any other changes because I kept very detailed change logs of what exactly we implemented.
I'm just wrapping up.
This is very specific and local specific, right?
Hi, Victoria.
Okay, that. Is that on camera?
Yeah, you got the mic, babe.
Yeah.
Hi, Victoria.
But no, I would be interested to see, because I'm guessing, it would cost you $200 to run SEMrush for a couple of months. But I would be interested for you to track the domain of the person you're getting 30 placements for. And not to say stop all SEO efforts, definitely not the case, but have a very targeted test of how much lift you could generate to see if you could replicate my results.
That's cool.
Well, you could even look at what you've been doing and see, well, if it's been growing at this kind of rate for a couple of months, and then all of a sudden either you see a big spike, or, I don't think you see a big dip, but if you see fluctuation one way or the other, even if you couldn't make direct attribution to what is causing that spike, it's like, well, we did this and this was different.
That's
pretty good argument.
A specific set of keywords for a specific client in a very specific geography. And it was the media placements, and then it went back down a little bit, but it was still higher than it was before. So I'm convinced that those mentions alone, even without the link,
Wow.
you're doing SEO services.
That's cool.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, obviously, Victoria wants them home.
This was fun.
Man, this is fantastic.
Oh, thank you.
Can I buy you a drink?
No, I gotta go.
Victoria's got calls.
Let me